Seems good. Whoa. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Captain Coder here on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday morning here for me. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you happen to be in the world. Captain says hello. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here this morning. Nice to see you. Royal C-Dub Gaming, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. MMO Pug, Draco, Moondiz, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all your support. Love, love, love having you here. I am so excited. Not Tristan. 64, welcome back, my friend. I haven't had a chance to play your Splatoon game just yet. I've been swamped, my friend. I've been busy. But I promise this weekend, we're gonna get to it. But thank you so much for coming back. Oh, you removed the copyright music. Cool, cool. I'm gonna check it out, I promise. But happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome back, welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. So happy to have everyone here. What are we working on today? What are we working on today? We are on day 8. Oh my goodness, I can't believe we've been working on this for 8 days. 8 days. We are working on a procedural dungeon generation program. So I've shown this off at the start of all of our streams so far, but let's check it out. I show it off all the time. People always want to know, Captain, what are you doing? And I gotta say, well, I'm trying to make a procedurally generated dungeon. Here's our grid editor. Just a little recap. Oh my goodness, it's Chex Party. Chex Party with the raid. We got a Chex Party. Whoa, welcome aboard, Chex Party. So happy to have you here today. Happy Tuesday, my friend. How was your stream? You still playing the Hogwarts Legacy. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you here, my friend. Good for you, I think it's good night, maybe super good morning. Chex Party says, my chat taught me about Sequel Monk Us. I don't know what that is. Sequel Monk Us? Not Tristan knows the secret. Knows the secret. I think there's a timeout. I'm gonna find out though. Sequel Monk Us. Yeah, there's a timeout on it. All right. The timeout doesn't affect me, so I wasn't sure if it was actually the timing out everyone. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming by. Happy Sunday, happy Tuesday, my friends. Welcome to the crew. Welcome back. What are we working on today? We are working on, why does that face come? All right, so that's the whoa face. All right, so I wasn't gonna explain it, but if we end up with 5 of these guys within a certain amount of time, it'll show, but it times out for 5 minutes, so that way it doesn't get too distracting. So we gotta wait 5 minutes, and then you can whoa again momentarily, but you can't get it just yet. So you gotta be careful with face rewards. Exactly, face rewards. Not Tristan. I'm so sorry. I forgot Stream Elements would do that. Oh no, Stream Elements. You only got 80% caps. I'm so sorry. You get 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. So I guess you can't be too aggressive with it. We also got this one. Seems good. Courtesy of Unity Coder, who made us those seems good. Unity Coders took some screenshots yesterday, sent them along, cleaned them up, but yes, we got those now. We got some reactions. Added a voice to, that's right. Roy Koo, welcome back, my friend. Welcome to the crew. We're having a good time. We're having fun. But yeah, there is a 5-minute cooldown on it. Maybe 5 minutes is too long. I'm not sure. Shiny Games, welcome back. Welcome to the crew. So happy to have you here this morning. I'm glad you got I'm glad everyone's here. I'm having a good time. Yeah, I don't think I can change the cooldown midstream though. Draco's, this should only be a 1 second cooldown. 1 second cooldown. Perhaps. I don't think it'll let me change the cooldown live. Here, I'm gonna try it. Let's try it. Let's go crazy with it. Let's see. I set the cooldown to 0 seconds. I think I have to like restart my OBS completely to get it to work, and so I'm afraid to do it. Yeah, it looks like I can't just reset it on the fly there. Let's try. I reset both of them. It works if I do it. Is how we get the chat spammed. Yeah. So encouraging that spamming. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So I don't think I can redo it. So someone's just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to wait 5 minutes. That's all right. Seems good. All right, that's good stuff. That's a good stuff. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna set the user cooldown to 5 minutes, but the global cooldown to just a few seconds. That way things can get out of hand real quick. That way things can get crazy real quick. Okay, but we just gotta wait. Maybe next time. I don't have to restart my my stream here. But did you know that today's stream is brought to you by Moonniz? Moonniz, brought to you by the letter M. M is for Moonniz, everybody. You haven't checked out Moonniz's stream? Moonniz is an incredible streamer, game developer. He's currently working on a Metroidvania base game on his stream. You gotta go check it out. Give Moonniz some love. Let's get a shout out to Moonniz here. Go ahead and hit that heart button. Make sure you give Moonniz some love. Give him some good old love there. All right, everybody. So what are we working on? We are making we're trying to make a procedurally generated dungeon For anyone who's new, I don't think anyone's that new right now. It's just the beginning of the stream. But oh, it's Code Rad Games. Code Rad Games, the other one, Code Rad Games. That one there. We can see a little bit of Roguelite here on the screen. All right, but what, Roguelite's a good one. Roguelite's a good one. Got that horrible gorilla monster coming at us. The game's tough too. Game is really tough. You guys watch me play on stream, I got destroyed. Draco says I missed the name by a lot. That's okay. That's okay. No one expected you to be perfect. All right, everybody. We've got procedural generated dungeon. We got our grid cell database. This lets us specify how we'd like it to be rendered. We can add it to the scene, and there we go. There you go. So this part we finished last week. Finished this part pretty early last week, and now we are working on getting our. Where is my window? General test runner. Hold your cooldowns. Helsinki is frozen. That's right. That's right. Okay. So we've got we've been writing some unit tests here. We're trying to get our map builder working. Yesterday, Draco, whoa, waited long enough, my friend. Exactly. All right, our map generator, either that or it refreshed and now the cooldown's super slow, and anyone can do it whenever they want. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I don't know all the deets. I don't have all the details here. We're working on a map builder. And so the idea is we want our map generator to be able to take a series of different rooms. For example, we have let's go back to our rooms here. We've got our big room, our long room. This looks like a square room, but really it's twice as long as it is in height. So 8 wide, 4 tall. It's just this font is much taller than it is wide. We got our small room, and then we have our corridors. All right, so these dollar signs represent where the connection points are. So our goal is get these connected. I wrote a simple map generator last time. Well, last time we were actually working on our map builder, but our map generator works. It's gonna work sort of like this. And these shouldn't be public. I just did that to get my test working at the end of the stream last time. But we have a generate here, and generate goes through our builder. All right, so our builder would be something like big room. Say we showed big room as our builder to start out. It starts out with 8 connection points. And our map generator says, well, our builder has more connections. Well, I can remove a connection point from the builder. So it goes in and says, I'm going to remove that connection point. Try and connect something there. It's going to pull that connection point off. Draco's going for it. I shouldn't have told people. I should have kept it a secret. I should have said there's a secret. There's a certain combination of things that have to happen for it to occur. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe every stream it'll be a different emote that causes that trigger. That would be interesting. And it's up to the crew to figure it out. It's the puzzle. Got to solve those puzzles. All right. We need but the way the generator is going to work, it's going to loop through, or it's going to have this loop here that says, well, there are more connection points. Select a connection point. This randomly picks one of the connection points, I believe. Yeah. So this randomly picks one of the connection points. And then it says, okay, I randomly select a corridor. For now, I just selected a corridor. We're going to have to do something special to make it so that way, rather than just selecting corridors, each connection point knows sort of what possible rooms it could connect with. So we're going to have to create like a room builder, a corridor builder. So we can say, okay, well, this is the generic layout. It has these connection points, but those connection points could have these things coming off of them. So it's starting to get a little bit more sophisticated. I don't want to say complex yet, but it's getting more sophisticated. We select that connection point. We say find on the corridor that we want to connect to. See if you can find a connection point to connect to. And if you can, we're going to merge at that point. Otherwise, just turns into a wall. So if there's no connection point, if we can't connect to the random piece we selected, we just add a wall in. And so I want to come in here and finish this map generator test. So the map generator test looks like this. So we've set it up in a way that it should be, it should always pick, it should be obvious which ones it picks. All right, so we have one connection point. This should build up this map above here. So this code right here should be building this one. And we wrote a little test before, so I have a lot of confidence that this works. So in our other tests, let's go to our map builder test. Our map builder test, we did this, and so I have a lot of confidence that this is working because I have a test here that passes. Same with this corridor. I have a lot of confidence that this is actually generating this corridor as well. And then I'm gonna create a new map generator, and I gotta change how this is constructed right now. I made these public just to get my test, just to make sure I didn't have any null exceptions, that sort of thing. And I did, and I fixed them. So these I need to switch back to. So I needed that dark fuel in the middle of that sentence. I apologize. My brain was like, give it to me. You need the coffee at this moment. So I apologize for interrupting that sentence. All right, so these shouldn't be public. This is just bad practice. These should be private. In general, you want to follow the principle of, there's something called the principle of least privileged. And you want to try and follow this as much as you can in coding to reduce your complexity. To reduce the complexity on yourself, least privilege says, well, if I don't need access to this outside of this class, make it private. So if you make it private, why might you make it private? A lot of times people say, well, if I make it public, it makes it easier to program. It makes it easier to access. I can just, if I need to get to that list, I can. That's true. That's true. That's why I made it public. So if I make this private now, suddenly my test is like, hey, you can't set those things anymore. But we probably really don't want to be setting them anyway, right? So this is something that's like, this probably should be initialized. If I allow you to set this anywhere, it increases the number of places in your program that you can accidentally write a bug. Whereas if I know they're private, I know that it can only be edited in this file, and if there's a bug related to this list, it's almost certainly it's almost certainly isolated to this file, or files that sort of interact with it indirectly. That said, thank you, Gray Artificer, for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. We are so happy to have you here this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, wherever you happen to be. For me, it's morning. For me, 5:15 a.m. here, local time. I know people go, you stream at 5 in the morning? Yeah, I get up. I call it wake up and code. Get that brain going. If you didn't know, Gray Artificer, if you didn't know, Captain Coder is a computer science educator, computer programming teacher. I love when my crew asks questions. So if there's something that you're curious about in my code, if there's something that you're curious about in your own code, if there's something that you're curious about just in general, do not hesitate to ask. Also, it is highly encouraged to try and backseat code. Question the things I'm doing. Am I doing it right? I could be doing something really dumb. I'm pretty new to Unity. I've only been using Unity seriously for about 2 months. And I've only been using C# for about 19 months, I think. So almost 2 years, I think, seriously using C#. So I don't know it. I'm definitely not an expert. I do have a lot of programming background. But do not hesitate to ask questions. I love to hear your questions. But welcome aboard, my friend. Okay. So if I want to access these things, I kind of need a way to set them. I don't want to change my builder later. Roiku says you seem like a Superman of programming. That's right. I'm Codeman. What's your kryptonite? My kryptonite. What someone said. My kryptonite is naming variables. I don't know how to name. I'm not a wordologist. I'm a programmer, not a wordologist. I don't know how to name stuff. I'm terrible at naming things. I'd say that's my kryptonite. Is I gotta name another thing. Look at the terrible names I have for all of my variables. It's the hard for me. It's one of the hardest things to get done. Is good naming. All right. So what we can do though is for our builder, these variables we can sort of say, okay, well, when we construct this thing. When we construct this thing, so if I want to, when I go to make my map generator, we can say, okay, well, what is the first room? What is the first room that you want to use? What's the shape of that first room? Draco says, I obfuscate the names of my variable names. You know, that's just good programming. That's good programming. If someone can read and understand your code, you're probably doing something wrong. If you have code that's easy to understand and follow, why would you do that? You gotta add in extra curly braces just because. Look, we can just add in some extra curly braces here. Just add them in. Add in lots of curly braces. Just put that whole thing inside of those curly braces. Boom. Look how beautiful that is. Just, So pro tip of the day. Add extra curly braces just for fun, because it makes your programming look more beautiful. Look at all those colors: yellow, purple, blue, yellow, purple, blue. Yeah, if you can't add curly braces, add them in. And no, don't do that. Don't add curly braces. Royku says, I chuckled when another day you said you avoid if statements, and well, most of my dungeon crawler is if statements. Yeah, so here's why I avoid if statements, Royku. If statements are a spot where you can write a bug. That's where the logic is. That's the hard part of programming, is the logic. Remove as much logic as possible. If you can write a bug, if you can avoid a spot where you can write a bug, do it. Drake says, and instead of is, else, I sometimes use the question mark. Yeah, so that's the ternary operator. Graph says, what is that class's name? Smiley face webbing. Ah, yes. So in a... Drake says, if it works, console.log works. It never works. Why does it never work? Real quick, one of my favorite programming languages is Haskell. Haskell lets you have arbitrary Unicode for function names. And so one of my favorite favorite functions, let me go find it. Approval. In Haskell, there's a library called the Acme Look of Disapproval. This is a library you can install. It has, how many times have been downloaded? In the last, this number is wrong. This number has to be wrong. They must have reset this recently, but 1,485 people have used this package, 10 in the last 30 days. I feel like it should be more. But let's go look at what Acme Look of Disapproval provides. It provides a single function. This is the function. You put this, it says, so you'd put this code in Haskell, you'd write the following code. This is the function. You'd put that followed by a string, and it displays an error message when you encounter that instruction. So yes, Gray Artificer, you're right. We should name all of our classes and all of our functions using only emotes. Drake says, instead of doing if it does not work, do. Oh yeah, that's definitely not. You got to put 3 nots in front of it just to make sure that you know that it's not it works. It's not that it works. It's not that it not works. It's that it not works. Exactly. You got it. We got it. We all love 3 nuts. I don't quite get that. That's okay. But we got to look at disapproval here. I got to add something for that. I like that. The look of disapproval. We all love 3 nuts. Draco says sus. All right, so how do I get my builder to be set if I can't access it there? Well, what we could do is we could add it to our constructor. We could say, okay, well, you have to specify an initial map builder at the start. All right, Royal C Dub Gaming is back. Welcome back, my friend. How are you today? Real quick, I don't think I asked I don't think I asked, how is everybody? I want to know how you're doing. How are all of my crew members doing today? I just got so excited showing off my new seems good. My new seems good. Seems good. I got too excited about seems good, everybody. And forgot to ask how you guys are doing. Royal C-Dub says, I had a fever and stomachache yesterday. How's your fever today? Oh, so glad to hear you're doing better today. Fabulous. So MMO Pug says, just ducky. If you're feeling good, give me a seems good. If you're feeling good, let's get a seems good going. Map builder. Starting room. All right, so we're gonna take in seems bad. Don't seems bad. We want a seems good. Builder is gonna be our starting. Let's call this our starting builder. All right. So when you construct your map generator, you say, okay, well, what is the map that I want to start with? And what we'll do is we actually just merge that in. Oh, we could do it this way. We could also merge it in. Shiny games with the PogChamp and the thumbs up. Love it. Pog. I don't know why I find that so funny. Unity Coder, thank you so. I gotta thank you again, Unity Coder. Unity Coder, for your contributions to society. 100 points, 50 points for each of those. 100 points total. There you go, my friend. Thank you so much for making those. Absolutely love them. All right, I do think I gotta make them so that the cooldown's a little bit different there. Dikoshima. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the crew. Unity Coder is an MVP. That's exactly right. Dikoshima, nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. How are you doing today? How are you? All right, so instead of setting it here, you want to set it. It's like, those old infomercials. I don't know if you guys, if this might be saying how old I am, but you set it and forget it, right? So we can set the room builder here like this rather than being able to set it arbitrarily at any time. Reku says, oh dang, I thought you were wrong when you last said Happy Tuesday, and now I checked down. Dang, it is Tuesday. I know, isn't that wild? It's Wednesday for some people, I believe. Somewhere in the world it's Wednesday. But happy Tuesday. It's a beautiful day. Reku says, I've been living only in Monday, but I miss Monday because I was at work all day, so it's a day I lost of my life. Oof. Monday, evaporated. That's how I felt. I didn't have work yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna get so much done, and it just kind of evaporated. I streamed for 5 hours, which was a blast. I had such a good time streaming. I was originally not planning on streaming so I could get more real work done, but I streamed. It was so much fun, but the time just kind of evaporated. And then we went out. We did all kinds of fun stuff. When I say we, me and my partner and I, we went out. We did a bunch of good stuff. We were gonna have breakfast. There's a restaurant that we went to that lets dogs come, so we went to breakfast with the dog, and then we went on a walk with the dog. We were gonna go hiking, but the weather wasn't the best. We went on a fake hike. The dog has like is really skittish, doesn't like to go indoors places. And so we walked around the outside of Home Depot, and then Home Depot has like a garden section that's semi-outdoors, so he's real skittish. But then he ended up going inside of his own volition. We didn't have to like coerce him to go inside Home Depot. We went inside and walked around. He was real nervous, but he kept looking back at us like, "Is this okay? Is this okay?" And it was awesome. Then we went to the dog bakery. So it's like a bakery that makes donuts. They're donut dog treats that look like donuts and cupcakes and stuff, and we ended up getting him some treats there. It was awesome. I loved it. All right, so I'm sorry to get distracted there. All right, so our generator here, we have this, and then we're gonna add in. We need to be able to set some corridor options. And so I'm actually going to, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I actually want to make it so that you can add just quarters. I don't want you to be able to modify this list directly, or do we make it so you can pass them in here? There's some design decisions here I need to make that I'm not 100% sure what exactly to do, but I do need to make some decisions on how to get things into this list. Part of me feels like this, maybe we should go, the longer route first. But I think showing the journey of like where my brain is already headed can be nice for observing. So this was my initial plan here, and I went like, and now I'm realizing there's something better to do. But I'm gonna finish this plan first, and then I'm gonna show you guys how I would go about making a slightly better version. So in this case, I'm gonna have them pass in a map builder for our corridor options as well. And we'll set corridor options like this. What is the problem with this? Why is this potentially, I mean, so there's not a huge problem here, but can anyone see one of the issues with setting these just directly? So I take my corridor options and I set it directly to this, right? So my goal is I don't want anyone to be able to modify these corridor options outside of this code. So I want to prevent, my goal here is to prevent bugs, prevent myself from writing bugs accidentally. And so I pass in a list of corridor options. I say, okay, well, that's going to be my corridor option. I pass in my starting builder. That's going to be my starting builder. Does anyone see like a potential, something that could go wrong? Something that could go wrong. Oh, I need to tell it that this needs to be a list. Hang on, I need to make this a list here to get this control. But think about that for a moment. Well, I finish this here, map builder corridor options equals new. And this is going to take in a corridor builder. Okay. And this will be corridor options. So the question again, one more time. So I got this compiling. Moonniz, hey, it's you. It's the Moonniz. Checks part says not handling null. I've not got a clue. That's true. I didn't check. Yeah. So you're correct. I should probably do this. I should probably, debug.assert. That's a great point, checks party. Using system.diagnostics. I should absolutely assert starting builder is not equal to null. And then I should also do a debug. This was me being extra lazy, not putting this in here. Not equal to null. They could be null here, so I don't want them to be null. This should save me there. So it'll force me to die here. Draco says you are a chat message. That's true, Draco. Did you know today's stream is brought to you by the letter M. M is for Moonniz. Check it out. Look at that moon. I gotta fix that background on there. Moonniz. Moonniz has taught me pretty much everything I know about Unity. Although I've started to learn a little bit more. I'm getting checks parties taught me some stuff. There's quite a few people here that taught me stuff. But let's do a quick shout out for Moonniz. I know we did a shout out the other day. But go ahead and Moonniz is just a chat message. He's just a chat message. Nothing, neither greater, neither less. But yeah, Checks Party has really helped me out quite a bit too, watching his stream. Checks Party's done some really cool stuff. I'll give you a shout out as well, Checks Party. Once the cooldown happens. But yeah, make sure you follow Moonniz. Make sure you follow Checks Party. Checks Party streams right before me. Pretty often. I'll check out his stream pretty regularly. I've had a good time there. Super chill dude. Absolutely a joy to hang out with. Moonniz is also a streamer. Does game development stuff. Checks Party, Checks Party, is it fair to call you a variety streamer? Or are you more of a gaming streamer? I think you have so I've seen you do Unity stuff, but I've also seen you play games. What would you say your primary streaming focus is? Or is it variety, just having fun, chatting? What would you say? But yeah, so Checks Party, that's a good point. All right, real quick, Checks Party for your contributions. 50 points to you, my friend. Oh, I did an add point, not an add point. Checks Party 50. There we go. 50 points for you. You're right. A good programmer would do this null check and say, hey, you shouldn't pass null. One of the reasons I didn't do that is because I'm so used to C# 6 dot not C sharp 6, C sharp 11 .NET 7 is by default, if you want something to be nullable, you have to put a question mark in front of it. So these reference types would be like, oh, well, the compiler will tell me that this could potentially be null if it's a problem. And so it actually saves you a lot of these debug asserts. Jesper says, no need to shout you out. I love shouting you out, Chex Party. But yeah, I appreciate you, Chex Party. Thank you for being in the crew. Royal C-Dub says, I may go live today. Well, cool. I hope you do. I'd love to check it out, Royal C-Dub Gaming. If I happen to have the time. I got to teach today. I'd love to check it out. I might check out if you have a VOD. Are you going to stream on Twitch or are you going to stream on YouTube? I know you do it on both. And what are you planning to stream? I know you did in the past. I saw you stream in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is pretty cool to watch. Working on models for a game. Cool. 3D models? Are you doing 3D models in Blender? What tool do you use to make 3D models? Oh, Draco trying to boozle me. You may go live today. Yes, you may go live today. Game dev 3D Blender. Nice. I've been wanting to learn Blender. That might be fun to watch because, I don't know how to use Blender. I have failed drastically at using Blender. All right, so here's the issue that there's this weird bug that could be written in this case. So remember how I was saying, Draco says 4D Blender's better time traveling Blender. Twitch chat teachers stream Blender. All right, so 11 EST, that would be, what would that be for me? 11, 10, 9, 8 EST. I'll probably be streaming during that. No, I'll have finished my stream right about that time. I might be streaming a little bit. I got to get ready for work during that time. I might check it out. If I have some time, I'll check it out. Okay, so remember how I said, well, we want to follow and typically you want to follow the principle of least privilege. This says that your variables, you want people to not be able to access them. You want to reduce the complexity. So if something's private, it can only be modified inside of this code. It can only be modified inside of this class. That's what I said, and there's a little bit of a lie to that. This variable can only be accessed here. But we talked a little bit about our reference types. A list is a reference type. So that means if someone outside of this class has a reference to it, they can access that data and modify it. So when we pass this list in here, we are not passing a copy of this, we're passing a reference. So I could actually do the following in my map generator test. And this is if I'm being like super nefarious. This is if I'm being super nefarious. Quarter options, I've set it here. I pass it in. If I were to accidentally somehow do a clear, the list is now empty because these are referring to the same list. These are referring to the same list. It's because references are a little tricky to wrap your brain around, right? So these two things actually refer to the same element. And so therefore, when I do a clear, it's clearing that chunk of data. Here, let's go to our document cam. Let's go to our doc cam so we can draw out what that looks like. But this is the little bug you could introduce here if you're not careful. And so you can either say, well, I'm going to let that happen. You shouldn't do that. Or you could actually, I'm going to show you how you could wrap around it. So this is one reason I really like the idea, like read-only lists. All right, so we have here, let's take a look. Let's pull up this document cam. Real see, that'd be 9 your time. Ooh, that's that. I'll actually be working at that time. So it's 5:40 a.m. local time for me. All right, so we have a variable here. In our code, we did something like corridor list equals new list, right? So anytime you see the new keyword, that typically says I need to create space in memory for this thing. This is allocating space. So I'm going to draw a little box over here. That's going to be our memory. All right, so this is our memory. So when we say new, this says allocate space from a list. And so we end up in memory, and this is how class objects work. This isn't how structs work. Structs works a little bit different. And so this creates a list in memory. So it creates a chunk of data where you can store things. So we're going to pretend this list can have like multiple things. And corridor list is actually pointing at this thing. This is what we call a reference. We say equal, when you have a reference type on the left side, when you do an assignment, it says point at that chunk of data in memory. When we construct our builder, all right, so we do new, all right, I'm gonna create another variable called B. All right, this is gonna be our builder. And we say equals a new builder. And we specify that, oh, this thing is going to take in our corridor list. All right, I'm sorry, my writing's terrible. We're passing this in, and in my builder, I see the new keyword that says make some new data. Make some new data, and so this actually generates a chunk of memory, and my builder happens to have inside of it, so builder's pointing at this thing, builder takes in a corridor list, and inside of it, there's sort of this private variable called list. And what it is that this list, we're passing in this reference, and when we set it equal, this list gets a pointer to the same thing. When you set a reference type, it says point at the same thing. Point at the same thing in memory. So this means that this corridor list, if we were to modify it, anywhere that we have this reference, it modifies this chunk of data. So although this list variable is private, anyone who has access to this reference can modify the data inside. We can't set list to be null because it's private outside of the class, but we can call methods on it. So corridor list.add would put things in it. I hope that makes sense. Draco said, what did Draco say here? Draco said, I can explain why private list can be transferred over class. List is just a class and class just holds a value. So you are transferring class around. You're transferring. You're almost right, Draco. It's that we have an instance. We have an instance of the class. Come on, camera, find me. We have an instance of the class. So the class is like a definition of how it works. You have an instance of the class. We're passing this corridor options reference in, and then inside of the map generator, we are just, when we see this assignment that says point to the same thing, have a reference to the same thing. This is why they're called pointers. Your explanation is close. Your explanation is close. I think it could be a little bit more precise. I think you might be saying what I'm saying, but it could be a little bit more precise for clarity. Ryan K. Hawkins. Ryan K. Hawkins, welcome to the crew. Thank you for the follow, my friend. How are you? Ryan K. Hawkins, how are you? All right, so if we do not want to be able, this bug to be able to exist. So for example, in my test, where did it go? If I don't want this clear to affect the internals here, I would have to make a copy of it. It would need to be its own copy. So you might in map generator. I need to get to map generator. I'm sorry, map generator. You could do the following. You could say, okay, well, in fact, we can make a copy using link pretty easily. So using system.link. This here says, turn this thing into a new list. So it goes through and it copies it. So there's a downside here in that we have to copy everything in this list out and put it there. And again, everything inside this list is still referenced as other things. So if you modify those corridors, they get modified as well. So what we could just say is like, well, that's just, how this works, and we could live with that bug. We could live with the potential of introducing that bug. It's not a bug yet, but live with the potential and just basically warn people, hey, don't modify this thing. After you pass it in, you shouldn't modify it. And ideally, you would want to have something like this is why immutable types are so nice. You could have something called an immutable list, where at some point you do something like, so other languages have corridor.freeze. After you construct it, you say, all right, now freeze this thing, no one can touch it, and I can pass it off anywhere I want. No one's going to be able to modify it. And if you try to modify it, you'll get an exception, and you'll know right away when you do it. Ryan Hawkins says, I'm doing decent, thanks. So glad to have you here, Ryan. If you are new, I don't know how long you've been watching, but Captain Coder, that would be me. I'm a computer science teacher, computer science educator, and I love when you try and ask questions. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I can't promise I will always answer, but I'll do my best. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Chex Party says, can you unfreeze? Yeah, sometimes you can. Depends on your implementation. You could totally add an unfreeze, but that would be like, so again, programmers, you want to do things to manage the complexity, but also give yourself the freedom to do stuff you need. So an unfreeze wouldn't be that bad because it says, well, I am explicitly unfreezing this because I know what I'm doing. So the idea would be like, you do an unfreeze, but knowing that, oh, this thing could mess up other things. So there's like this level of safety you've added to yourself. I always say, in code, managing complexity is important, and baby proofing your code, because programmers are just babies, really. I don't know how many programmers you've interacted with, but we all have giant egos. We all have big opinions, and we're all kind of just babies. We bicker a lot. I try not to. I've been there, but programmers tend to bicker a lot, and I think programmers are kind of big babies, and so I like to baby-proof code. Illuminati, hello, my friend. Welcome back. So nice to see you. How are you doing, Illuminati? How are you doing this beautiful Tuesday? All right. So I think I'm gonna say that I'm gonna live. Maybe I'll make a copy. It's easy to make a copy. Here's another way to do it too. You can do a new list of map builder, and you can just pass in this list. And is that right? Corridor options. This will also make a copy of that list. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a copy of our corridors, and then I can't fall into that trap of that bug. That said, this is one of the, there is a level of slowness, right? So now I have to copy that list. Every time I construct this, I have to make a copy of that thing. And right here, my starting builder, maybe I should make a copy of that. I don't know. But I think I'm okay with leaving it like this for now. Over on YouTube, nobody says, that's why the captain doesn't use comments. Babies can't read real words. That's not true. That's not true. I should write more comments. I don't think you should do, for the most part, inline comments are bad. Summary comments are good. If I ever were to publish something, I would try, truly publish something, I would make sure I have summary comments on it, because you got to know what the API means. You got to know what it means to do. Illuminati says, I started my project, posted a short video where I'm at in your general channel. Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Illuminati. Testing a few assets at the moment. Nice. Let's go check that out. Let's check it. All right, let's scroll down here. The first loot. First thing I gotta ask, is there any copyrighted music or anything age appropriate? Ooh, this looks good. I'm gonna mute it just in case. Oh no, nope, you said no. All right, here we go. There are zombies, that's okay. Zombies seem age appropriate. You're never too young for a zombie. Let's check this out. Look at that, this is nice. Is this in Unity? Look at that Dole banana. Oh no. Ooh, fancy. What type of game are you making, Illuminati? Nicely done. Oh, there's a zomboy up there. I see him. The first loot. Co-op horror. Nice. Thank you so much for sharing. This looks great. Oh, you even got like an ammunition counter there. What assets are you using for this? This looks fabulous. Thank you for sharing. If you would like, I should change games. Some of these share your work things I should change into forums so you could actually post links more capably. I'm using base kits. Cool. I've never looked at doing a first person game like that, like an FPS or anything. That looks cool. Thank you again for sharing. Nobody says we love videos and content in the Discord. It is cool to see what people are working on. Absolutely. I love it. Love it. Okay. So now we have this thing being defined here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to finish writing my map generator test. All right. So I've written this in a way that the randomness, I'll be able to sort of do a little bit of a test and say, well, my room builder should only have a single connection point, right? Should be exactly one connection point. So when I call generate, it should randomly select that. And then there's only one connection point on my corridor builder, and it should randomly select that one as well and build it. So when I do a generate, it should end up with a map that, once again, I've done this before in my map builder test, looks like this. So I've written a little test. I'm going to still this. I've written another test that is able to check if the generated map looks like that. And so we're going to do generate. I need to call this built room. And we should, if hopefully things work, and we should be able to do it. Check Spider says, how does one redeem the face pop-up? We need enough. So if enough people send this emote or this emote within 1 second, that's how you get those pop-ups. People have to collaborate to get it. Oh no, is it not? What did I do? Oh no, did I ruin it? I thought that worked. There is a little bit of a timeout on it, but yeah, if enough people send, there you go. That's how you get it. There's a timeout. There's a 5-minute timeout on it though, so we have to wait. I think I'm gonna reduce the timeout. But essentially, if enough people send it, oh my goodness, Proton, thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you so much for bringing in your crew, and welcome back, Proton. So anyone who doesn't know, the legendary, the man, the myth, the legend, Proton Fig's an astounding Commodore 64 guru, musician and graphician, an absolute legend guy, programs and assembly, programs for Commodore. It's so cool to watch. It's so cool to watch. If you're not following Proton, you got to check it out. He streams all day long, not all day, but almost all day long. If you just want some sweet music to listen to and jam out to, it's a great stream to just pop into. If you want to watch someone working on some hardcore assembly, his music's awesome. But yeah, give Proton a little bit of love there. Hit that little heart button. I need you to love Proton. If you do not love Proton, something terrible may happen. May or may not happen. Hit that heart button. Give him some love. All right. Proton's a beast. Absolutely. Proton's a beast. Proton, thank you so much for being here, my friend. I appreciate you. We love you here at Captain Coder's Academy. All right, so I'm hoping this test will just work. It may not work. There may be a bug in my generate. All right, so we're gonna check it out. We are gonna check it out here. So, see if these assertions work. So the way it works is this generates this, and then these assertions down here say basically check for each one of these positions. Do the walls exist? And can the player stand in that position? So let's give it a shot here. Do our basic generator. Run this test. Run the test. Come on, baby. No whammies. Boom! We done did it, folks. We done did it. The basic generate works. We got a very, very simple test. This test is so simple, though. We got to add in a little bit of more. All right, so one thing that isn't implemented yet, I'm going to still this one more time. One thing that isn't really working just yet is when you add in a new room. All right, so this time I want to add a corridor that has this. Okay, so when you add it, so notice before map generator test, I'm going to call this simple generate. And this test I'm going to call simple generate with additional connections. See, notice I'm not good at naming things. Look how that method feels horrendous for me. Map generator test simple generate with additional connections. It says what it does though, right? All right, so the idea is test names are usually long. I know, Moon is, but I know. But someone is asking what my kryptonite is. I think that is my kryptonite. Johnny boy, oh, Johnny boy, Johnny boy. Oh, started a little too high on that. I should have started a little lower. Welcome aboard, Johnny. How are you today? So nice to see you. So nice to see you. Oh, I forgot this is supposed to be on. How are you doing? So nice to see you, Johnny boy. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Chuck's party. Those are some sick emotes. I like that one. All right. So when we generate this room now, I should actually, I'm not going to get a map that looks like this, but my generator should have this additional connection point. And so I need to figure out how to test that. I'm not 100% sure how to do it. I think I have an idea though. All right, so if I were to generate calls until there are no more. Okay. Guyami, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. I'm so sorry. It's Guyami 1. Is it like Miami but Guyami 1? Or is it Gia M Me? Gia Me. Welcome aboard, Jimmy. So happy to have you here this morning. Happy Tuesday. Jam me. I'm gonna forget that, but I'm gonna try and remember. Jam me. Jammy. It's like I'm wearing my Jimmy Jams, my jammies. Okay. We also got Louis Opt. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I'm doing fabulous. Someone asked me a question. It was Johnny said, oh no, it wasn't the question. I'm trying to learn some C for tomorrow's exam. I'm so worried because I know nothing. Oh, I'm so sorry. For anyone who's new here, I am Captain Coder. This is Captain Coder's Academy, and I am a computer science educator, computer science teacher. My Monday through Friday job, 180 days a year, because I'm a teacher, is to teach computer science to students. 180, that's my contract's 180 days a year. I do teach outside of that as well. But for the most part, I teach students age 10 to 14. I do group tutoring sessions for a variety of other ages. But I highly encourage questions in my stream. I want you to ask me questions. What are your programming questions? What are your computer science questions? What are your questions? What do you want to know about the captain? What do you need to know? It's on a need-to-know basis, but if you need to know it, don't hesitate to ask a question. I also love doing backseat coding. So I won't promise to always answer your questions. Jamie says, you sure about that? I said, well, I promise to try to answer your questions, but I make no guarantees. That I'll answer your questions. I'll do my best. But feel free to try and bamboozle me, but don't bamboozle me. And backseat coding is welcome. I don't promise to accept all of your suggestions, but I'll do my best. Lumina says, yeah, it's HFPS and components, $60. Oh, so your assets, the assets you're using, it cost a little bit of money. That's not too bad. It's good as a starter kit, but I don't want to stay in limits of these assets because making it co-op will be painful to use assets as well. I'm currently trying to understand how I should extract what I want from an asset. I haven't used many assets yet. Like I said, I'm pretty new to Unity. I haven't used a lot of assets. One of the reasons I kind of have avoided assets is for the most part, my stream is making projects for my students. So I teach an intro to Unity class. And if I use assets, then my students might have to buy them. So using free assets is okay. But if I used paid assets, the licenses don't cover that. I'd have to get a special license to be able to distribute it to my students as well. And I don't want to have to deal with that pain. So for the most part, I haven't used assets, and I know very little about how to use them. Mooniz might be able to help you out a little bit more. Mooniz says, hello, is this the Captain Coder? No, this is Patrick. All right. But yeah, Jammy. Is that right? Jam me? Is it Jam me? Jam me. I'm happy to entertain questions. All right. So the idea, though, of what I want to check is, all right, so my map generator. Illumina says, I answered to myself. I actually sent that to another guy, asked about the assets. Oh, gotcha. I missed it. Thank you. Good quiet. All right. Mooney says, hello, I am an asset expert. Ask me anything you want to know about assets, and I will ignore it. Good to know, Mooniz. Good to know. All right, but yeah, our map generate, I kind of want this to, it might be nice to have a method that does a single generation step. All right, so I'm gonna actually do a thing here that does a single generation step and returns our map generator. No, it returns a bool saying whether or not there's more stuff to generate. Generate step. And this might be a bad name. But this is gonna do a single generation. So it's essentially gonna do this code here. All right. And it's, instead of a while here, we're gonna have an if. All right, so we're gonna do a single generation step, and we're gonna do an if here. Format, and this will return true. Otherwise, return false. Jimmy says, I got a big question. I just finished my basic wave function collapse implementation. Oh, this sounds complicated. But now I'm having a hard time expanding on it. I'd love to be able to put boundaries and constraints. I don't know how to make an efficient fallback system to retry generation after the algorithm gets stuck and fails. This one sounds complex enough. All right, this one sounds complex enough that I might not be able to answer on stream, and I'm not super familiar with exactly what you're doing. Johnny Boy says, so what I'm gonna recommend, Jammy, I will take a moment to try and answer it, maybe several moments. On the Discord, I'm not gonna, if you don't want to join the Discord, no big deal. You can join the Discord if you want, but we do have a Discord, and on the Discord, I have a section, actually. I have a whole section dedicated to asking questions. Where is it? Where's my ask for help? Ask for help. So it's a little forum here, ask for help. And if you post your question here, I will do my best to answer it. Sometimes, and this will help you work on writing good questions. One thing to keep in mind when you're posting it is the best questions sort of tend to follow this category of, here is the code I have. Here is how I run it. I expected this thing to happen, but it does this other thing. Can someone help me? That's a good guideline to follow. You don't always have to follow it. Sometimes it's like, oh, I have this idea of a thing I want to do and I have no idea to start, but here are some examples of like what I'm doing. That works as well. But yeah, please post and ask for help. At some point, I want to start having a stream dedicated to just trying to answer the ask for help questions. I don't know when that's going to start, but I have answered several questions on there, and people are fabulously nice at trying to answer them as well. So I'd highly recommend trying to do it there. Johnny Boy says, my laptop died. Literally, it froze and restarted to get it back in action. Ooh, that's painful, my friend. I hate when that happens. It's been a while since that started happening to me, but freezing laptops and dying, no fun. Jamie says, do you have experience with WFC? I see you're working on level generation there. I'm not sure, when you say WFC, I'm not sure what that is. I'm attempting to do procedural generation. Oh, I think that's wave function collapse. I don't think so. I'm not familiar with it. Mooney says, I have experience in WFH. I work from home every day, work from home. Illuminati says, all I need to understand is how dependent will be my game if I extract parts of assets to the main purchase. Gotcha. Jammy, thank you for joining. I'll do my best to answer your question. Fabic IPU says, Fabic, so nice to see you. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome to the crew. So sorry if I miss a question. If you guys want, if I miss something, just call me out again. I'll do my best to answer. It looks like we have some internal conversations happening. Just hard for me to follow. So if I miss something, just call me out. Call me and say, hey Cap, I need something. I need a little something. But feel free to ask me anything. Okay, so where were we? Hey Cap, stop capping. I'll do my best. To stop capping. Kippity capping. Okay. All right. Checks Party says, Unistore assets are hit or miss. I always end up rewriting store assets. Yeah, so I'm so finicky with like exactly how I want something to work that I end up often, so like the scroll bar at the bottom of my stream, that little scroll bar at the bottom, I couldn't find something that worked the way I want. So I was like, I just got to implement. I spent like 2 or 3 hours looking for a scroll bar that met my needs and I couldn't find it. So I just ended up implementing it. Fabric says, I use WFC in my game and it never gets stuck. I gotta look up what WFC is. I'm not sure what it is. Illumina says, we should chat sometime for me to show you what I'm working with. Emma Pug, same. I will grab free assets, look at how they're doing things, and then ultimately scrap them doing. There's a few assets that are really good though. Yeah, someone was asking me, are you planning on putting this in the asset store? And I was just like, well, I'd have to like I'm so particular about, if I publish something, I want it to be really, really good and really useful and easy to use. And so I'd have to clean it up so much. But I might, you know, it will be, I might package it as like an asset you can get off of GitHub, and then you could import it if someone really wanted it. If someone really wanted it, but I don't want to put it in the store, because then I have to like slap my name on it a little bit and be like, just so you know, this thing is pretty potentially hacking out, well thought out. Could be better. Okay, generate step. So I want to do a single generation step like this. And then now the full generate, would be, well, so check this out. The full generate just says, well, generate step. Look at this generate. This generate becomes, oh, and then we got to return build. All right, so the generate just becomes keep doing generation steps until you're done, and then call build. All right, so that I think is what we want to do here. And so the question is, did I break it? Did this break it? Well, one way to check, normally you might have to go through and run a thing, be like, does it work? Does it work? I wrote a test. So I just have to run my test and say, does the test continue to operate in the way that it was previously? Does my test still pass? And then we'll find out. We'll find out here. Run this one here. My simple test generation works. So this refactor didn't tell me that it 100% works. It tells me that the test that was related still operates in the same way that we thought it would. The simple test generator also passed, but that one doesn't have any assertions. Checks Party, never saw a single line wall. Yeah. So this is dangerous. It turns out this is something that I actually see my young students do all the time. My young students do this all the time because they go, oh, well, I thought I had to put a semicolon at the end of everything. And so this is like a huge mistake that people will make, that young programmers will make, is you'll put this body here like this. So this is called the body of, if I don't have the semicolon here, this is the body of the while statement. This is the statement that will execute these are the set of statements that will execute if the condition of this while is true. It turns out the body is optional. If you put a semicolon, there's no body. It says just execute that part here. So yeah, this is a little trick. Did you know you can also do this? You could do for, all right. Don't do this. Did you know you could do this? This is balanced syntax. Does anyone know what this does? This is insane to me. This should be illegal syntax in my opinion. I hate that this exists. It's horrible. It does horrible things. Real quick, let's open up an example project. I have another example project here we were working on before. I'm gonna comment this out. All right, everybody. I'm gonna show you the horrible things this does. For, we do this. You can write your for loop like this. Did you know the components, the pieces of your for loops are optional? They're optional, which is fascinating. So for like this is equivalent to while true. These two things are almost identical. I think it compiles slightly differently, but this is an infinite loop. If you don't put a condition in the middle, it just says, this is true. This is a while true. So don't do this. It's bad. It done bad. Don't do it. Okay, so we're gonna come back here. But yeah, single line while loops, they do exist. If you have something that in the middle that you just want to run over and over, you can do it that way. I'm missing so much of the chat. Thank you everybody for being so active. Stotheg 85. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry I missed it. Stotheg, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. I am so happy to have you here. Fabric says, for selecting items, I use probability of each element that fits this node socket. Yes, that's exactly what we're gonna build in here, Fabric. That's beautiful. Checkspire says, is it like a wild tree? Yes, it is. Q23, welcome back, my friend. So happy to have you here. So happy to have you here. Happy to have you as part of the crew. Yeah, that's true. Q, I sometimes write 4, 7. I've never seen it that way. I like that though. That's a good way to read it, is read this as forever. Forever. I kind of like that. It's basically like, it doesn't have the same ring as a wild tree. You're correct. Jammy says, okay, so you're also waiting for your module. Says, oh, we're talking to Fabric. Gotcha. Trying to pay attention, trying to multitask here. So what are we doing? We've been going for an hour and 15. Is the music playing? Is there music? I can barely hear it. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna listen to the legendary Protons music. The legendary Proton. Give me a moment here. Protons, legendary music. One sec. Let's clear out this playlist. Open. Here we go. Now we got some real jams. Legendary. We are listening to the legendary Proton. The legendary Proton's music. Proton is an absolute legendary Commodore 64 coding guru, musician and graphician. If you're not following Proton, you got to give him a follow. All right, let's hop back into it. Yeah, so that passed. I was in the process of trying to build a test. So I want to be able to call a single generation step in a test to make sure it works. If I can test a single generation step, then I know I'll feel more comfortable with it. All right, so I can do generator dot generate step. This will do a single step of my generation, and this I should actually be able to do 2 generations here. So I should be able to do assert true. Assert true. Metaliki, my friend. So nice to have you here. You know what I want to do? I want to make that emote. I'm going to steal this emote real quick. I need to remember this. I need to add this to my memories real quick. Where's my to-do? To-do. Why can't I edit this file? Oh, it drives me crazy. All right. Blood trail. Super Meat Boy emote. All right, I want to save that because I want to add that in. I want to make it so if I do this emote, ooh, that's cool. If I do this emote, I want it to do the following. So right now, I want to add it to how seems. If everyone, real quick, everyone give me a seems good. Everyone give me a seems good so we can get this to trigger. Seems good. Everyone give me a seems good. Seems good. Give me that seems good. We get. Oh. Seems good. I need to make it so that the Super Meat Boy emote does that. Combo, that's right. I need the Super Meat Boy to do that one. I love it. All right, now we're on cooldown. You gotta wait 5 minutes. The Super Meat Boy one, I might make it so that one much quicker cooldown. Let's see here. Okay, so a single generation step. This should assert true. If I do another generation step, it should also assert true because I have one more thing here. And then if I do it a third time, it should assert false. Okay, so after we do a single assert true, we should look like this. After we do a 2 assert truths, there's nothing else that we can attach here. So we should, actually, you know what? It's actually gonna attach another segment that looks just like that, because this is part of the corridors. Ooh, that's interesting. So it should actually attach a second, another corridor like this. If it's implemented correctly, it should do that, because the corridor right now will always add something new. Royal C-Dub Gaming with the code, with the Clayman Dev emote there. All right, love to hear that everyone's chatting so much, helping each other out. Johnny boy, oh my goodness. Yeah, so actually we should never assert false here. In fact, if we call it generate, this thing's gonna make us real sad. We're gonna end up in an infinite loop and we're gonna time out. All right, so this should just keep extending this room here. Like this. And so, let's see. Does it once here, does it once here, and then one more time should be 1, 2, 3, like that. It should extend it out this way. It's gonna fail right now. It is definitely gonna fail right now because when we merge our builder in, we don't take the connection points into account. We don't add those to the big map builder. So we need to make sure we merge those in when we do that. So if I were to run this now, it should. If it doesn't fail, my brain will blow up a little bit. Please fail. Okay, so good, it fails. Does this one still pass? This one still passes, and I can add one more assert on this one up here. So after we've generated this thing, I should also be able to assert, oh no, the generate will work on that one too, because it's using the same. Never mind. This one should actually end up like this as well. Okay. So this one's gonna be able to assert a couple times. And so I'm gonna still this here. Oh, we're not building the room yet. So our map generator, how do we test this? How do I write this test to ensure that it's testing? I need to make sure it tested possible. All right, so I take my room builder. My room builder is getting adjusted. Check says, are you purposely writing test to fail first and then write code? No. So I'm writing test and it's exposing, oh, this thing is broken. This thing doesn't work. I'm writing test to make sure my brain understands how it's working. I'm not intentionally writing. I'm not actually a huge fan of writing tests first. I do often do it. I make my students do it so that they think through. I'm thinking through the process. So what's interesting is that this has exposed to me that, oh, hey, I'm not adding, as I was writing this test, I realized that this wasn't getting added in. And so I can kind of fix this right now without a ton of effort. Great question, Checks Party. Thank you for asking. But it's helping me think through my process, writing these tests. Writing tests is a good way to, if you're not 100% sure how you're going to do something, say, well, how do I want it to work? How do I want it to work? And this is how, and then this is coming to me, it's like, oh, this is how I want it to work. I realized I need to be able to build single steps here. Okay. And so now in my map generator, the reason this is failing is because my merget's actually broken. And broken's a wrong word. We're not currently checking for conflicts, but when we merge this in, we actually need to add the connection points of this map that we're merging in into the big map as well. So we have to go through and merge these things together. But we want to remove the connection point where we added it first. And so right now we only have a try remove random connection point. We need to add in a public bool remove connection point. So this one lets us remove an explicit connection point to remove. And this one is going to be unconnected points.remove, and we're going to take in to remove. It's going to remove this specific one. Dekoshima said, I had never used test until I got a job. Really? Tests were, I had never been introduced to unit test until I did undergrad. And then I was like, oh my goodness, these are so important. If I wish I had these, so you don't have to like run your whole program to figure out whether or not something's working. So a unit test is so useful for especially if you might have to refactor some code. You don't realize how powerful they are until they save you. So a lot of times you're like, it feels painful, it feels painful to write them. But yeah, how do you live without them? In a big code base. So I actually, for a couple years when I was a freelancing, I sort of specialized in coming into companies that didn't have a lot of tests and training people to write tests, how to refactor code and write tests. And that was just like I love that, being able to go through. It's one of the reasons I think I'm pretty good at coding, is because I know I've practiced how to write code that can be tested. It's so easy to write code that is very difficult to test. And so I used to sort of be a consultant mostly for startups, of training their developers to write unit tests, and not necessarily like 100% code coverage, but like what are signs? When should we write tests? So you have a big giant code base. What is a sign that I need to write a test for this chunk of code? It's like, well, if you modify that code a lot, a test is definitely going to be necessary. Before you go and refactor something, writing a test to make sure you have an input and output that's happening is so important, to be like, is it at least doing the thing that it was doing before? So remove connection points going to just come through, and essentially going to remove this thing here from this list. So I think this is just going to be forward to unconnected remove connection point, like this. That means our connection point needs to have like an equality. Let's go look at connection point. We need to be able to detect that it is equal to each other. It's a struct. Let's implement a hash code in equals. Position and facing. Okay, so this should work for oh, that's interesting too. This needed to be hashable anyway to be in our hash set. Okay, so remove connection point will allow us to remove a specific connection point. So when we go to merge, we actually want to remove the connection point. So we're gonna do toMerge.remove connection point on map. So we're gonna remove this connection point. We might even want to check a thing that says, make sure that map has it. You know, to do, consider ensuring the map, ensuring toMerge contains on map. That might be worth looking into. Say like, oh, make sure that is a thing there. Oh, and I actually don't need to have, now that I'm realizing, I don't need this here because I'm inside of this. All right, so instead, I can do this directly. This would be on map. All right, so I don't actually have to expose that remove. Where'd it go? I don't have to expose this anywhere. I can do it internally because even though this is private, I'm inside of this class. So the toMerge is we're gonna remove that connection point. We're gonna go through, do the following, and then there's one last thing, and this is getting long. This method's getting kind of grody, in my opinion, a little hard to understand and read. And so at the very, very end, we got Usama, Pivot 36. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, Pivot 36. So happy to have you here. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If not, please feel free to correct me. But happy Tuesday. Welcome to the crew, my friend. If you have any questions, about what I'm doing or life, the universe, anything in general, do not hesitate to ask. I am a computer science teacher, and I love answering your questions. All right, so next we're gonna actually loop through. Oh, we're gonna have to translate all these points. So we can't just, I was about to make a mistake. I was about to do connection points in toMerge dot unconnected points. Oh, sorry. This should be unconnected points. I was about to just add these directly to the map that we're merging them in here to, but we can't do that. Why? Well, all right, real quick. Anyone see the bug that, all right, so I know there's a bug. If I were to do unconnected points dot add, oh no, I can't do it that way. I'd have to do it through this interface, add connection point. There's a bug if I try and do this. So let me talk you through what we're doing here. And then see if you can find the bug in this code. The bug is down here. There's this, it compiles, the compiler's like, the computer says like, I'm happy to do this for you. But there's a logical bug here that's broken. Merge at takes in a connection point. And so let me pull up 2 maps on the side just so you can see what I'm talking about here. Map to the side, to the side, to the side, to the side, and we'll open up the corridor, straight corridor. Okay, so this code is supposed to work in the following way. This code is supposed to work in the following way. I take, say this is the map that I want to add something to. These dollar signs represent the connection points. Okay. And I'm saying connection point on builder, that would be this one here. I might say take this connection point, take this connection point, and this connection point here, and then attach it at this point. And so it would produce this. So the ultimate goal is it should produce this when it's done merging. It'll have this chunk in here. That is what these 2 lines, these 2 for loops here, add the walls. So this one here adds the tiles. So these are these dots. This one here adds the walls. And this one here is supposed to copy all of the remaining connection points. But there's a bug here. This doesn't add the connection point correctly. Does anyone see where the bug is? Does anyone see what would happen here if we did it this way? I caught it before my test, so that's pretty cool. I rarely do that. I rarely do it. But anyone see what's going to happen here if I just add this connection point? And just so you know, add connection point just takes a connection points and adds it to the other one. So there's nothing special about this code except that there's nothing special about add connection point. It literally adds it at the position that it says it should add it at. Johnny Boy says, I question myself every day. Why do we need testing at all? Why do we need testing all the time? G says, I missed the coffee break. Oh, we haven't gone on a coffee break. We're actually about to go on a coffee break. We're about to go on a coffee break. And G, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we were going for about 90 minutes. I gotta go get some more coffee. I'm out of my dark fuel. Q says, does it remove something from unconnected points? It doesn't remove something from unconnected points. Up here we do. Up here we actually remove this one, which we want to do. So the left one here. That's a great guess, Q, for your participation. 50 points, my friend. 50 points, my friend. So the bug is actually it's kind of right here, point. So it's not actually with the for loop. It's not this for loop's fine. But what's going on with these ones? So in these ones here, I add the wall. This is where I add the wall. This is where I add the tile. There's something that I'm doing to make it add it in the right place. So if I were to do this code right now, this connection point doesn't end up here. It does add the connection point, but the connection point gets added here. In the current version, the connection point would actually end up here. Do we see why the connection point ends up there? So right now the connection point is ending up, we want it to end up here, but the connection point is actually ending up here. So there's a bug in my code where the connection point's ending up in the top chunk here. Do we know why? Do we know why it's ending up there? How am I fixing that in my other 2 for loops? Oh. We got to do what's called a translation. We have to translate. G says, you don't need to test if you don't want to. You just pay someone else to do it instead. That's right. That's what the QA team's for. The QA team, this quality assurance team, is going to take care of it. Yeah, so we don't want to add this point directly because this point down here, happens to be on this sort of numbering system, right? So each one of these is sort of like has its own separate indices. When we merge it in, this 0, we need to sort of translate it. Yeah, it's all relative. That's right, Chex Party. It's all relative, man. It's just, it's all relative. It's all relative. Yeah, so we have to actually create a new position. And I kind of hate that I've repeated this code a couple times. like this. So our new position is coming from our points dot position. So we actually need to create a new connection point, and then our new position, we update it like that, and then everything else stays the same. So in fact, here what I'm gonna do: connection point, new point. Yeah, it's almost time to refactor, and this should be called point. All right, so this will be our new point dot position dot x, new point dot position dot y. Oh, it doesn't let me edit that way. Ah, that's annoying. All right, so then we got to do position, new position, because it's a struct, equals new point dot position. Then we do new. All right. 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 I got this. All right. Can I do this? Can I do this? New position. New position. Can I do that, please? Please let me do the thing I want to do. I think I have to create a new. I think I have to create a new one. All right. So our new point. All right. Let's move this down here. New point is going to be equal to a new connection point at our new position and the old direction, which is point dot direction, like this. So this will do the translation, and then I got to do new point here. Got to do new point here. New position is equal to point dot position. Yeah, it's all relative. G says code repetition. Leave it as it is. Don't be unlazy. Don't be unlazy. That's right. Excellent, excellent. All right, everybody. I've gone a little bit longer than I needed to. Not longer than I needed to. I've gone a little bit over 90 minutes. All right. So everyone, if you're not familiar with Captain Coder Academy, it is time for me to take a quick break. I'm out of bean water. I'm out of my dark fuel. I'm out of my bean water here. I'm out of water actually. So I've been hydrating well this morning, which is great. We're gonna take a quick break. I gotta go get me some more coffee. When we come back, we're gonna do some stretches. We're gonna do some stretchy stretches. So get your friends, get your family, get your roommates, get them all in the room. Get your pet fish in the room if your fish is out. Get them out here. Bring that aquarium. Roll it in. Roll that big old aquarium. Roll your terrarium. Bring it all into the room. We're gonna do some stretching when we get back. But hang tight. Captain Coder shall return. All right, everybody, the captain has returned. So sorry to keep you waiting. I hope you weren't hanging on too long. I hope those arm muscles aren't worn out, those fingers from gripping and keeping a grip on reality while I wasn't here. For anyone who's new to the stream, you're in for a treat. For anyone who has been here before, you know what's about to happen. It's time. It's time to stretch ourselves out. It's time to get in. Get up. So everybody, I'm going to ask you to stand up. Stand on up. If you're like me, you live a semi-sedentary lifestyle. You're sitting in front of a computer all day. You're sitting on a couch a lot. But we're going to get on up, everybody. Standing up with me. If you're hunched over like a programming troll. If you're a programming troll like me, that means you're doing damage to your body. You're doing damage to your body just sitting there, not getting that blood flow. So we're gonna do some stretches here. We're gonna do a little bit of stretchy stretch. All right, let me see if I can move it. Let me zoom this camera. I think I got a zoom feature on here. Oh, look at that. We can zoom it out. Can you see my feet? Can you see my feet? You can't, but we are going to do some stretching. Everyone, we're gonna do some quad stretch. Get that leg up. Get that leg up and hold it. If I hop back, can people see me a little bit more? Usually you can't see this one. All right, but grab that leg, hold it up. If you can't hold it up, if you can't get that leg up, maybe stretch something else. But we're gonna get some blood flowing here. We're gonna hold this for another 20 seconds here. But hold it, get that nice quad. Get that nice quadricep. Oh, I bet if I lowered the desk, you could see me. Maybe that's what I should do. But yeah, I have a sitting and standing desk. Really, I need to mount that camera on the wall so it doesn't shake so much. All right, go ahead and let that leg down slowly. Engage that core so you stay up. Oh, get that other leg up. Get that. Oh, yeah. We're gonna hold this here. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, folks. Keep it nice. You guys gotta see my messy little office here. Oh, keep that balance. What we're gonna do, if you need to, you can do a nice. If you're good, I'm not. I can barely hold this. This gets you like an even better stretch. If you lean out, do a little bit of a Superman thing going on there. But yeah, get that nice quad. Gotta get that blood flowing. Oh, doesn't it feel lovely? 5 more seconds, folks. Then we're gonna switch to some calf stretches. Oh. And if the captain loves you. Let's see, I missed a chat there. I forgot to adjust the size. But if you love yourself, the captain loves you. The captain loves you, and you should love yourself. And if the captain loves you, you should love yourself. You deserve to be loved. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta get that blood flowing every now and then. Oh, yeah, it felt good. All right, so we're gonna do some calf stretches next. You can't see it, but over here I have a little couch that I'm gonna just raise my leg up on. All right, so my leg up. Wish you could see it a little bit better. But I have my leg up, and I'm just gonna sort of go down a little bit. If it hurts, don't hurt yourself. If it hurts, you're doing too much. It shouldn't hurt. It should have a little bit of tension, get a little bit of stretch in there. We're doing a little calf stretch here. All right, so that calf. Oh yeah. Oh, that calf stretch. Ooh, it's so nice. So nice. If you can reach over and grab your toe while you're doing it, even better. I can't quite get to my toe yet. I'm getting so much closer. I think next week I might actually be able to get to my toe. We're gonna hold this for another 5 seconds. I'm gonna switch legs here. Ooh, Ooh, that feels good. Feels good. But yeah, you should love you shouldn't love this. You should love yourself. Love that body. Oh yeah. Maybe roll that ankle out a little bit. Ooh, that feels good. We're gonna switch legs now. Get that other leg in a spot where you can stretch that calf out. Oh, this one's a little tighter. My left side there, I could really almost touch my toe. My right side, not so much. It's interesting. It's interesting how, your body's uneven. And so I should really try and focus on my right side a little bit more. So I'm gonna hold this a little bit longer. Not super long. Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. But yeah, got a nice little calf stretch going on here. Oh, I'm loving it. Are you loving it? I'm just assuming all of you are stretching with me. Because you should be. If you're at work listening to this, get your coworkers up. Hey, the captain's stretching, folks. Crank up the volume. Just for a couple minutes. Get everyone in there. Gotta take care of your body. Alright, we're gonna go and lift that down. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's do some shoulder rolls. Everyone knows shoulder rolls are like my favorite here. Alright, so we're gonna start going back. So, and back. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. With the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. Oh, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's good. All right, everybody, shake it out. Shake it out. Just a little bit of stretching every 90 minutes to 2 hours. You shouldn't go more than 2 hours. You should really probably do it every 20 minutes. Really should probably do it every 20 minutes. But let's get back into it. Keep our bodies fresh. The captain loves you. You should love yourself. Halthrax, welcome aboard, my friend. So sorry I missed your chat there. Halthrax says an adjustable. Oh, I think I did say it. Adjustable sit stand is one of the best investments I've ever made. Me too. I went for years. I feel so stupid. I went for years with horrible back pain, hunched over at a computer, working at a software engineering job, programming, doing freelance work at a computer all day, hunched over, and it hurt my back. I got to this point where I was like in horrible back pain. I paid like a personal trainer who was helping me like get my upper back in better shape to keep it so I could maintain it longer during the day. It was just horrible. And I kept thinking maybe I should get a standing desk, and they always just seemed too expensive. And I'm like, what if it doesn't work? It always seems too expensive. And then there was a sale. It's actually down here to the side. I got an adjustable thing that you put on a desk and it can go up and down. Overnight, my back pain went away. I'm such an idiot that I've been in back pain for years. Doesn't work for everyone. Worked for me. And now I have a standing desk that switches up and down. For the most part, I stand all day. Shawshank 94. Welcome to the crew, my friend. You're in the place where learning happens, kind of. Welcome aboard, Shawshank 94. Thank you so much for the follow. A happy Tuesday to you, my friend. What are we working on today? Jammy says, thank you very much. You're welcome. No, thank you. Thank you for joining me in that stretch. And everyone for being here. I'm just going to assume all of you joined me in that stretch. All of you, my camera. Maybe my camera find me over here. Come on back. AI camera, I believe in you. For joining me in that stretch. 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you. Absolutely love you guys for being here. Oh yeah, we got it. All 28 of you, thank you so much for joining me for those 50 points. For those stretching, all 50 points. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're taking care of yourself. So what were we working on? We are working on a dungeon generator. We're making some progress here. So I think, that's right. We're going to refactor this a little bit. Real C-Dub Gaming, checking those points out. 2,761 points. Wow. My friend, thank you so much for being here. You've been here a lot. I appreciate that. Cranking it up. Dramolx, 14,000 points. Now you're just showing off. Dramolx. I don't know how I don't know how we can all stay in this room with you flexing so much. All those muscles just filling up the whole room for us. But Dramulks, so nice to see you this morning, my friend. Happy Tuesday. How are you, Dramulks? How are you doing? All right, so as I had said before, though, this merge at method is just like, look how long, a lot of people like that method's not long. I've seen much longer methods. This method just feels horribly massive to me. And so I'm gonna break it down. It's doing too many things. It's doing three things. Merge at needs to do three things, but there's this principle of a method should do one thing, a class should do one thing. So we're gonna break it down. We're gonna write three helper methods here. We're gonna write three helper methods. One's gonna be called merge floors, or merge tiles maybe, merge walls, and merge connections. John says, all good, busy with work, so mostly lurking. No worries, my friend. I know Captain Coder's Academy knows there are many choices on Twitch to lurk, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here, Dramulks. Key roll. Key roll. Key. Can't get that high, sorry. I tried. I always start too high. I gotta start lower next time. Key roll. Welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. How are you today? How are you doing? That's a sweet emote. I like. Tip of the hat to you. A tip of the hat. I like it. I like it. That's a YGR tip. I like that emote. Moon says, I feel like there should be a way to write a generic method that you can run 3 times to solve this. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. These all sort of look the same, don't they? There's this pattern here. Do you smell that? I don't know if my sniffs come through the audio very well. Do you smell that? That's what we like to call a code smell. That's what we call a code smell. Code smells aren't good. You can hear me sniff, good. I don't know if I want you to hear me sniff, but do you smell that? Code smell. Look, we've sort of copy and pasted this code 3 times. 3 times. When that happens, there's sort of this, can we generalize it? Well, let's start first by breaking it down into three helper methods. And then we might see that we can generalize it. Or maybe, we might be able to generalize it. Ooh, can we generalize this problem? I don't know, but we're gonna try. So we have a private void. So this is what we call the helper method. Remember, private things are not accessible to the world. Only the class can touch its private parts. The whole world can't touch the private parts of the class. Only the class itself can touch its private parts. Lo-Fi Craft over on YouTube says, hi, hello. Hello. Check says, I like this part of coding, finding patterns. Yeah, it's so, to me it's so cool. It's like this little puzzle. It's this little puzzle you're going through and finding all these things here. So we're gonna call this one merge floor. Jumbo says, now people want to touch my private parts. No, don't, your class. I gotta keep your private parts encapsulated. This is what we call, it's one of the, they say, depending on who you ask, it's one of the 5 pillars of object-oriented programming. Encapsulation. Push Querdix. Welcome aboard, my friend. Or is it Push QRDX? Let me know how to pronounce that. Thank you so much for the follow. Ooh, and CRC 256. Push Q. Push QRDX. I get it. That's a little assembly joke. I think. As in, do you have a sibling named Pop Q by any chance? Got a sibling named Pop Q by any chance? That's a good name. CRC 256, thank you so much for the follow. Push Q, thank you so much for the follow. So happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we make dreams come true. No. We don't make dreams come true. Where we do edutainment. No. Where we do, coding. Live coding. I can't promise it'll be educational. I can't promise it'll be entertaining. But Captain Coder, that would be me. I'm the captain here. I try, I'm a computer science educator. I try to teach stuff on my stream. So do not hesitate to ask questions, programming related or non-programming related. Either one's fine. I can't promise I will always answer them, but I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have. Thanks, PushQ says. I just heard private parts and decided I have to be a private part of this. Yeah, everyone, welcome to the private party. Everyone, welcome to the private party. We got all our private parts in this private party. No, private parts as in like the private members. We have our private member, our private fields. Sorry. Our private fields are part of this party. They're encapsulated. We're gonna encapsulate it here in the crew. Don't take me out of context, please. Please don't take me out of context. All right, so we kind of want to do something like this. So we're gonna merge merge floors. Okay, so I want to replace this code here. A protected private party. Yeah, so we want to merge. I would like to replace this with merge floors. I want to somehow replace this chunk with merge floors. Mr. Natural says Ensign Lurker pushes his way into the room and takes a seat in the back. The Lurk Master himself, Mr. Natural, welcome aboard. So you'll notice when I go to merge floors, well, I need it gives me a little clue of like, oh, I need these things. I need these things to be able to do my merge. Okay, so to be able to merge this, and that typically is an indicator of like, well, those probably need to be arguments then. So those are things that, you know, were changed. Let's parameterize these. We're gonna add in toMerge here, and then connection position. Okay, so we got toMerge connection position like this. Mr. Natural checks his points. 7,832 points. Quite the lurker you are. Quite the lurker indeed. Racking them up. Racking them up. All right, so we need to get the type here. All right, so toMerge is gonna be this one here. Like that. And then we have a connection position, which happens to be this. All right, so that will get rid of those. Oh, and then we also need on map. All right, so we can also add that in here. And now you're like, well, this is getting kind of annoying. This is getting a little bit annoying. What really do we need for this? Any suggestions on how I might refactor this? I don't like how many arguments I have here. I really don't like how many arguments I have coming into this. Any suggestions on how I might change this? If I could get it down to one argument or two arguments, that'd be preferable. I don't know. I don't think I can get it down to just one. Maybe can I even get it down to two? Joe says we have to defeat Numiz at points. That's right, Muniz, everybody. Muniz over there flexing his 20,000 big ones. His 20,000 big ones. One lurker to rule them all. That's right. 3 lurks for the elven lords, 7 lurks for the dwarven kings, 9 lurks for the realm of man, and 1 lurker to rule them all. Ooh, could we make the method return something? Maybe. I don't know what would we make it return, Checks Party? We could make it return something. I don't think that's what I would want to do though. Because this is gonna add a bunch of stuff. It's private, so we don't have to be super clever with like returning something. I'm not sure I can actually remove this connection position, connection point. I have a thought though. So these two things, connection position and on map, are sort of being used together here. And so my thought is, can I merge these? So these have nothing to do with my for loop. These have in fact, they have nothing to do with my for loop. If I were to put this connection, like I could define something up above. It's a good, where did I go? Something terrible has happened. All right, I could potentially do this calculation. Notice I'm doing this calculation every time through this loop. This is a bit inefficient. What if I said position offset is equal to, you know, new position, and this is my offset X, and this is my offset Y, and then down here, I could do, you know, plus equals offset dot X, and this one could be offset dot Y. So my thought was, okay, well, there's no reason to do that calculation over and over here, right? What if I could instead do that calculation ahead of time and then just pass that offset in? I think that's what I want to do. What do people think? Does it feel like a good refactor or a bad refactor? I think I like this. So instead, I'll just pass in an offset here. Okay. And if I get that offset, that means I have to calculate my position up here. I have to calculate my position up here, and then I'll pass it in. Right, offset. I think I like that better. So it says, this is the map that we're gonna merge in, and this is the offset we're gonna do. Boom, found it, happy dappy day. And happy dappy day, those are real words, I promise. I promise those are real words. You know, I'm not a wordologist. You know, you'll have to hear, I'm not a wordologist, but that one I know is true. Happy dappy day. It's, you know, all one word. Happy dappy day. One word, hyphenated, happy dappy day. Or, you know, this is called, you know, we have, this is called kebab case with the dash. This one, wow, Moon, this one is called, what was this called? Snake case, because you have the underscore between them. We've got our camel case, like this. We've got our Pascal case like this, but this one here, you know, normal human hyphenated language uses kebab case. It's like a kebab, everything that's skewered. So happy dappy day, real word, promise, look it up. It's in any dictionary, any reasonable dictionary has it. That said, I think we can do a merge floors like this, and I kind of like that a lot. So we can merge floors. How do people feel about that? I feel good. I feel good. All right, so now I want to replace this chunk here with merge walls. All right, and this is going to again be 2 merge and then an offset. Oh no, Q says, isn't happy dappy day subtracting day plus dappy from happy? Oh no, what happens if you subtract? It could be Q23. Oh no. Would that be, yeah, we don't want to subtract anything from our happiness. We got to keep our happiness up there. Got to keep it elevated. I'm gonna write a merge walls here. And then we're gonna see if maybe we can somehow, you know, sometimes we can get overly position offset. We can sometimes sort of get overly excited and do too much generalization. But this thing comes in here, and we kind of only need our offset. Is that right? Offset dot x, offset dot y, like that. All right, and we add walls. Ooh, that's not bad. Merge walls, merge floors, and then our last one would be merge connection points. All right, and this is gonna be 2 merge, 2 merge there, and our offset as well. And again, we'll do a private void merge connection point, and this will be our map builder to merge. The position is our offset, like that. Tumorgi right there. That's right, Tumorgi. Welcome to the country of Tumorgi, my friends. All right, we'll take that. We'll paste it down here. Format. And I believe offset.x, offset.y. Something that might be nice is to implement an addition to position where you could actually just, I think the C# allows you to override what addition does. So I could say, well, I can add 2. I just don't know how to do it. I've never done it. That may be a fun thing to do. All right, so now this method reads, in my opinion, this method reads much simpler. You don't have to understand the nitty-gritty details of what's happening. You say, okay, I'm gonna merge at, and then merge at, we do this little calculation here where we remove the thing we're merging. And in fact, this might deserve to be put in connection points where we remove it. In fact, I think I'm gonna do that here. Oh, then we need our on map. No, I'm gonna leave it here. This will remove the connection point. Then we come through, we calculate our offset, and then we do merge floors, merge walls, connection points. Moon says, I haven't helped out much lately. Captain is almost reaching my Unity levels of skills now, so I have nothing to contribute. I don't know if that's true at all, Moon. I lean heavily into like the programming, scripting stuff. So I have an awful lot of coding skills. My programming skills, I think, are pretty high up there. My Unity skills, I'm better at Unity than the average bear, right? So I'm a little bit better at Unity than the average bear, I think. I know enough that I can teach a class that's 10 weeks long that meets for, 2 hours a week. So I have enough to do that, a complete intro. And I tell my students, well, it really shouldn't be called intro to Unity. It should be called, scratching the surface. Scratching the surface. You don't really, can't get super. Unity's massive. Unity's massive. Okay, but I think this method here is looking pretty good. But you know what? You know what's great? I can run my simple generate to see if I broke something. I don't have to do, I don't have to run a thing and check the output and do all this setup. I can, now just say, did I break it? All right, my simple generate is still working the way I expect it to. Still working the way I expect it to, and that's awesome. What's interesting is shouldn't this loop forever? So something's not right here. My map generator test. I feel like generate step should actually loop forever. Oh, I know what's happening. Because we add in, when we call generate, it generates forever. It's doing this. I've introduced a different bug. If I add this in there and there's this extra thing here like this, shouldn't it just keep generating forever? Right? So it should be like, oh, I can keep adding that wall in. I've done something silly here. Not silly. I haven't accounted for something. This is actually turning into this. There's a bug here that I think is kind of intricate. Let's see if we can expose this bug. It really should be exposed down here. This is actually going to loop forever. I think I just want to do a single generation step here, and then a build. What? Munez asked, what type of bug is it now? A beetle? A stink bug? A beetly stink bug? Generate step. Oh, this thing returns a true, which is interesting. I don't like that, I think. But we'll do a generate step up here. This needs to be an assert. I'll talk. This bug is more intricate than our previous bug. You have to know more than you have to know a little bit more. Here we go. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the same generate here. I'm gonna change this so that there's no connect. Oh, there's only one connector. Never mind. This works fine. This actually doesn't generate this. This is working as expected because there's no connection on this side. That makes sense. Moon says, I've chased a stink bug all day. Yeah, those stinky bugs. This one actually, there's not a bug. This test doesn't have a bug in it. That's not true. The bug that I thought this test had, this test doesn't have that bug. There's one thing here is I didn't add both of these connection points. So there is an issue with this one. This one, I need to add a second connection point at 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. So this should be at position 2, 0. So XY. And then to the right here. So this should be to the east. All right. So now, when we do this thing, there is still a bug though. There is still a bug. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at what this test tells us. Let's take a look at what this test tells us. All right, so how far did we make it? We made it to line 146. We made it to line 146. Which is not this line. This line's 182. Can I go to open error line? There we go. We made it to this one. All right, so generator worked here. Generator returned false here. It said, oh, well, I can't generate anything at this point, which is not correct. If we're at this point, we should be able to generate off the edge. It did add this one in. So I want to assert that the shape, really what I'm checking is for our connection points and that we added some stuff. So my generator, actually it's my room builder, should have some more stuff. This is sort of the room we're building. Room builder dot, can I check information about that. I can't, but I can build and check that. Oh, Clayman! Whoa! Clayman coming in here. Wow. Wow, I got 13, bringing your whole crew. Whoa, exactly. Exactly, Clayman, you triggered it. You triggered it with the dancing folk. The dancing folk. We got it. Clayman. Clayman, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy, I almost said Saturday. Happy Tuesday, my friend. How was your stream? How was your stream? For anyone who doesn't know, Clayman is an, does this work? Clayman's an absolute legend, epic indie game developer working on a 3D physics-based superhero game, epic hero game. You gotta catch his stream sometime if you're not following the Clayman. If you're not following him, real quick, everybody. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. This is your captain speaking. Please direct your attention to the chat for a moment. All right, everybody, in the chat here, if you don't know Clayman Dev, you gotta meet this guy. This guy's amazing. Hit that little heart. If that heart's not green, if that heart is not green, that means you don't love Clayman. And Clayman deserves to be loved. He deserves your love. Hey, you in the back, pay attention. Get in here. You know who you are. Pay attention here. You gotta hit, whoa! You gotta hit that little, that was interesting. I don't know what triggered that. You gotta hit the heart. You gotta hit that heart. Give him some love. Give Clayman some love. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. There we go. Give Clayman a little bit of love. It's good stuff. The overlay is sentient. Yeah, I know him. Oh, okay. Sorry, Sesame. I'm on Good Work Goblin. Good work, Goblin. Exactly. Your name says it all. You're doing some good work, Goblin. Also, while you're at it, you got to check out Epic Game Hero on Steam. It's a game where you get to be an epic hero. It's a physics-based roguelike game. You get to build your own superhero. You get to shoot Kamehamehas. Did you know Kamehameha? I think that's Japanese for turtle wave. Turtle wave. Get to fire these out. The Kamehameha. It's kind of like Turtle Wave, I think. All right, do it, make it happen. Scroll on down, add it to your wish list, because you're gonna want to know when this game comes out. You're gonna need this game. Not only do you want it, you need it. Your body needs it. If you don't have it, you're gonna shrivel up. You're gonna shrivel up and like a dehydrated husk because you're not being fulfilled. You're not being energized by the epic hero game. No. Sorry. I didn't mean to threaten. No, that's not a threat. I'm sorry. You'll be fine if you don't wish list it, but you should. You should give him some love. Oh, that sweet water. All right, everybody. But yeah, Clayman, how was your stream? How did it end up? How'd you do? How'd it do? Sorry, I got excited there. I was just so excited by the Clayman. All right, everybody, we're doing a map generator here. Well, Clayman describes for us his adventures in streaming. I'm gonna get back here. We're writing some unit tests. Wish list or the moon people will get you. Moon people. I love that on Clayman's stream. I need to get that sound clip. I love it. So let's see if we can figure out what's happening with our generation step. This is the bug that I said was gonna happen. This is the bug. Remember when I was talking about our private parts shouldn't be accessible to the outside world? Well, we didn't hide our private parts well enough. Inside of our map generator, and our corridor options getting botched. All right, so it works for 1 generation, 2 generations. The 3rd generation doesn't work. Whenever you have a bug like this, that's a good sign. That you gotta extend your test a little bit. I just discovered the bug. We gotta work against it. So after each generation step, what's happening is our corridor builder, its connection points are being removed. And that's a sadness. So our corridor builder, right here, we can check it out. Our corridor builder connection points. Can I see it? Has connection points. Okay, so we can kind of see it here. Try find connection point. You can say has connection points. In fact, maybe want to say like how many connection points it have. Here, real quick, in our corridor builder, in our map builder, I want to add a thing that will give us back. We want to be able to access our list of connection points so we can see which ones we have. So I'm going to add in a property here, public list connection points, unconnected points. And I'm going to make this a property because I want to clone this list. When we get this, it's going to make a copy of this. This is why I wish we had like the immutable list type that we could return, so just be a little wrapper. And maybe it makes sense to implement sometime. But unconnected points dot to list. This will actually make a copy of that list. So if we edit it, we can't, it won't let us edit it. All right, so let's go look. Let's go look at what's going on here. In our map generator test, each time we do a generation step, we don't want our corridor builder to remove it. So we should have an assert true. No, assert r equal. We should have how many in there? There should be 2 connection points. There should be 2 connection points. Chex Party says, I gotta pass out and sleep. Thanks for the stream. So happy to have you here, Chex. Happy to be streaming for you, for everybody, for the whole crew. As always, Chex Party, keep growing, keep coding, keep building up your skills, be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. All right, so we should have 2 connection points. So we want 2. We're going to assert that this is equal. That 2 is that in our corridor builder, that, oh, hang on. This isn't quite right. This isn't quite right. Oh. I want to do this. All right, corridor builder dot, maybe we do want it this way. All right. Connection. Did I not make it public? Hang on. What did I call it? In our map builder, public unconnected points. Unconnected points. I just can't remember what it's called. Dot count. The problem that's happening here is each time we add this thing, it removes a connection point. I believe that's what's happening. Interesting. Maybe not. How does this work? All right, so we should still have 2 here, though. I think it'll fail if I do this. Now I'm not sure. Not sure. It's like we don't want to remove that connection point. We want to kind of make a copy. All right, yeah, expected 2, but was 1. After we generate it, we actually removed the connection point from the end. And it's so what's sort of happening here is that we want to, in our generator, rather than using this map builder, we want to sort of make a copy of it. We need this map builder to be able to say, oh, well, this is the corridor. We're going to keep adding this type of corridor to the end of things. And so we're removing 2 from the end. That's no bueno. That's no good. And so in our map builder, we have some options. We have some options here. And I'm not sure. So when we merge connection points, we're removing it here. And that, I think that's okay. I think we do want to remove it here, but in our actual generator, when we call it, we want to have it create a copy of this map builder. So when we actually do this generation, we don't want to use that specific one. We want one that looks like it. We want one that looks like it. And so rather than selecting it this way and saying this is our corridor, it'd be really, really cool if we have our corridor option, we could do a, clone option. I think that would be nice. Be nice to have a clone option. So if we could clone it, we don't ever actually modify the original. Instead, we take a copy of it and we chunk that in. So I think we need to add this clone method. There are other options we could do to do this, but I think the clone method seems pretty straightforward and easy to me. Although I've been wrong. I'm not always right. In fact, I'm wrong a lot. I am an incorrect frequently. But let's write a clone. Let's write a clone method here. and it's gonna look a lot like our build method. So check it out, our build method goes through and builds up our IMAP. Another option would be like, well, turn this into an IMAP and use that. What is your corridor option a list of? Our corridor option is a list of map builders. So these are like the options. It might make sense to like make a new type, which is like a template for a map builder. And so it might actually make sense. So I'm looking at this, I'm going like, well, maybe we should do a build instead. And we get an IMAP. But the one thing when I do the build, Darkman says, yo, Darkman, welcome back. Welcome back. A data class in a struct, and suddenly you have a copy. A data class in a struct, suddenly you have a copy. A data class in a struct, suddenly you have a copy. What does that mean? A data model in a struct. I'm not sure. So that's a little bit more complex, I think. A struct of a data model. So we have like dictionaries. We have dictionaries and lists that we need to sort of clone. A data model as a struct. Darkman, so what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Well, we're building a, still working on our procedural map generator. Good question. Good question. A data model as a struct. We were to turn this into a struct. Are you saying I should make a map builder that's a struct, or I'm making a struct that is, a version of a map builder? I don't quite understand what you're suggesting, Moon is. Good work, Galvin. Because I know that structs are value types. This would be, if I turn this into a struct, this would be a massive, horrible struct because it has dictionaries and lists associated with it. I actually need to make a copy of these. Good work, Galvin says, I don't know either. I need a pancake. I'm in a pancake. I actually need to make a copy of all of this stuff to do it. Where, it might... Which would be nice to avoid. So I'm already making lots of copies of this. So clone might not be the most efficient and best solution, actually. I'm gonna clone all of these things. What we could do, build returns an IMAP. IMAPs don't care about the connection points. In fact, we should probably do a thing that says, like, if there's connection points, they need to turn into walls. I might need you if you have the time, no rush, no worries if you don't have the time. If you wrote a little example for me, I might better understand what you're suggesting. But yeah, Darkman, we're still working on our procedural map generation. I'm trying to we're super close here. Our map generator, we've written some tests here to see if we can actually generate a thing. Right now, our generator, when we add a corridor, it's removing the connection points as it goes, and we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen, so it's making us sad. It's making us sad. So we end up with a point here. Mooney says, well, my thought was a kind of big change. Position and mutable tile are only filled with data, right? And they could be in a struct, and the dictionary is grouping them, so dictionary is just for your convenience. Gotcha. It would be, yeah, so a big change. Our tile is essentially, it could be easily represented as a struct right now, but I think our tile will be more complex later. Our tile, I think our tile, we want room for it to sort of expand a little bit. Right now, all it cares about is it a floor, and what are the walls? That's all it cares about right now. But I imagine in the future it will have more. So the struct doesn't feel the best to me. I think we can almost, a clone isn't that bad. Public, let me look at how bad a clone was. Map, builder, clone. How bad is the clone here? The clone, really we want to get a copy, it's almost like a map builder. We almost need like a separate type. So we have like a map builder, and this is the thing we like append things to. And then it's almost like if we had a thing called a map, a map tile. I'm overloading the word tile here, but like a map chunk, you know, a map chunk, and the map builder can add a map chunk to it, and the map chunk doesn't remove the connection points. Can I, maybe I can do it. Oh, you know what I can do? Here's how I can do it. Okay, I have a better idea. I'm gonna get rid of this clone thing. I have a better idea. We are gonna go ahead and add it in. So when we merge it in, we're gonna merge it in, and then we're gonna remove it from the builder that we added it to. That's what I'm gonna do. So check it out. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. When I do a merge, where's my merge? Where's my merge? All right, when I do a merge, remember I was like, this feels weird to do this here. This feels weird to do it here, and it's because it is. It's because it is. I actually don't want to remove this from the thing we're adding. I want to remove it from the thing after it's been added. We want to say, oh, we want to make sure we don't merge that point again. So when we merge the connection point like this, I actually think we can do it in here now. So rather than doing it from to merge, I want to do it from our actual unconnected points. And we want to do it on the on maps, but it needs to be shifted by the offset as well. So unconnected points dot remove on map, and so on map's not right, but this would be connection point duplicate. Good work, Goblin. Is this programmer slowly losing his mind? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Always, always. If I'm not losing my mind, am I really trying hard enough? And some might say I'm losing my marbles. Losing those marbles. All right, but duplicate, duplicate. And this is going to essentially take on map, and then we need to update its position. All right, so position, new position is equal to our on our duplicate dot position, new position dot x plus equals offsets dot x, new position dot y plus equals offsets dot y, and then duplicate dot position equals new position. I believe, hang on, duplicate cannot do a read-only field. All right, so in that case it would be on map. Maybe I need to make this not read-only. Duplicate equals new connection point, new position, and then on map dot basing direction. Okay, so we're gonna remove it from the. So we add everything and then we end up removing that one from the connection points. Another alternative would be to say, well, in our merge connection points, just don't add it in. We could do that. Oh, I like that better. I like that better. So we do connection point on map. I think I like that better. All right, so in this case, we'd say if point is equal to on map, continue, skip it. Oh, that's so much better. That is so much better. Now we got to pass in on map, but I'm okay with that. Point cannot be applied to operands. Oh, dot equals. So if they're the same, if they're equal, we're not going to add that connection point. I like that better. So now we don't update it, but in our test. All right, so in our test, I want to do a little bit of something here. Before we do our first step, we should assert that our room builder has one unconnected count. So that's this room here has one unconnected point. We're also going to assert that this has one unconnected point. After we do a generation step, we should have removed this connection point from the room builder, but added this one in. So we still have one connection point in our room builder. Format this. And 2, we didn't want to remove it from our corridor. So we don't remove this, so our corridor should still have 2. And this should be true any amount of time we call generate step. So let's see how true that is. Let's give it a shot. That's what I believe should be the case. And it is. Oh, success. Success. All right, so now I want to actually, I want to check. Success, exactly. We got a success in there. I want to go ahead and check. Dekoshima. Dekoshima. We need one more. We need one more. One more PogChamp. Can we get one more PogChamp? Somebody get us one more Pog. There it is. There it is. If we get 5. We done did it. We done did it. Okay, so now I just want to check that the shape of this thing is correct. Dekoshima. No worries, Dekoshima. No worries, Dekoshima. 4 seems like it's a good enough amount. I think 4 should probably be enough. But, you know, 5's a nice prime number, not particularly divisible by anything, other than itself and 1. I should say evenly divisible. So now I want to check that the shape of the room is correct. So I'm going to still this. I'm going to still this up here. Let's make sure that the shape of this is correct. We want to check that we should have, for each position in, this should be, I need to build the room. Built room. Oh man, this music's good. Anyone who doesn't know, this music's by the brilliant music we're listening to here is by the legendary Proton. I just heard that like, and I was like, oh yeah, got me good. This is for a game jam. Draco says this is for a game jam. I'm building it up. Good question. Good question. I'm building this to practice for a game jam. So I love me some classic dungeon crawl. So Dungeon Crawl Jam 2023. That's this one here. Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023 is a game jam where you have 7 days. 7 days to build a grid-based dungeon crawler, like so. They do allow you to reuse, so you can use code you've written previously, you can use assets you've written previously, but the one caveat on this is, let's see, what do they say? And I asked, would it be okay if I do it? You can use any game engines, libraries, or pre-existing code, pre-existing algorithms. And this text is tiny. Let's zoom in a little bit. The game must be a new game project started and finished within the 7 days. So it's a new game project. So my goal here is to build out an assembly, build out a library for generating assets that I can use in this. So I'm not actually making a game right now. I'm building a dungeon generator. Great question, Draco. So I'm building a dungeon generator. That's the whole point with this thing, is I can easily say, okay, well, this is my tool here. I can define my maps. If I get a thing to generate these ASCII files, then I have another tool, what I'm calling my dungeoneering kit, right? If I have another tool that can do this, I can set up my scenes really fast. My generator needs input. So my generator, yeah, so this grid editor is the thing we wrote previously. And now this thing is gonna be able to generate these files, and I can manually, so I'll be able to generate a dungeon, and then I'll be able to manually go in and like tweak it to my needs. But then I end up with this, and I can boom, take this asset, I can turn this into an asset and drop it into my new project. That is what I'm going for. And so I'm building up a tool that I'm planning to work on. Draco says maybe if it was infinite, you would get more points. Maybe. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I could potentially add in maybe there's a dungeon in the game that infinitely goes. or you just keep going level by level. So it'll generate a level, and then you go down a level, and the parameters, it just continues to go down forever. So it reminds me of a game called Moria. That one actually doesn't go forever. It has 50 levels, but essentially endless dungeon, like that. Yeah. So, but my generator does need input. So I'm working on this testing here. I got this test. This first part is working. I want to make sure that at the end of the day, it should look like this. It should look like this at the end of the day. So we're gonna go ahead and build out this room. I have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I should have 13 tiles. I should have 13 tiles, and they should sort of continue to extend down the way like this. Can anyone enter the game jam? Absolutely, absolutely. Here's a link to it. Anyone can enter it. Yeah, Moon says infinite generation turns out to be, usually boring. So that I kind of feel that way too. Eventually you run out of stuff. You have to, That said, I love me some NetHack. I love me some roguelike games that do generate. You do get burned down on it eventually though. So we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is that? So this would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I gotta go to 10. To 10. Oh, why is my brain not able to handle this? Is that right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Okay, so this should be the shape that we get. This is what we're expecting to get. Sephiroth. Is that Sephiroth? Sephiric. I thought it was an O. My eyes betrayed me. Sephiroth says, "Why, brain?" That's exactly how I was feeling. That's exactly how I was feeling. Right. Welcome aboard, Sephiroth. So happy to have you here. I'm so sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Feel free to correct me. And Caveman Crafting says, want a suggestion maybe? Caveman Crafting, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for your question. If you didn't know, I am a computer science educator. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I am a computer science educator, computer science teacher. And so questions are always welcome here. I love trying to answer questions, and backseat coding is absolutely welcome. Absolutely welcome. That doesn't mean I'm going to accept your suggestions, but I love hearing them. They make me better. So Caveman Crafting says, could use a JSON text file to create the map, then parse that code in. That's exactly right. We are going to have a text file. That's exactly what we're doing, Caveman Crafting. Check it out. I'm generating text files that look like this, right? So I've already built a thing that, given a text file, I have a text file like this, and then I specify, so this is my grid cell database. My grid cell database actually tells me how each of these characters should be represented in the game, and I click add to scene. Boom, I got it. If I don't want that wall there, knock it down, tear down the wall, folks. Break it down, let's add some ice. My ice is super lame, but let's add some ice in this corridor. Let's delete this new one. Add to scene, boom. Got no walls there. So that's exactly what I'm going for, Caveman. Thank you so much for the suggestion. That's exactly what I want. In this case, it's not JSON, but I might have some JSON files. I really do suspect I'm gonna have JSON files to help define the different types of chunks that can be generated procedurally. And I'm gonna build out a tool to generate those. I missed some. Draco says, but your game would be faster, complete, and the user might not come back later. If it was infinite, there would always be something new and not always the same things. That's true, but you have to have enough randomness that there's always something new and exciting to find. And that's the trick. That's the hard part, is making sure you have enough different random things to find. And if it's so random that you end up with a lot of the same things, sometimes it can feel boring. And I think Moon says it wouldn't be fast to complete, making a good infinite world generator. It's a lot more work than creating small pieces. Yeah. Caveman Crafting says, I used something like the L system. I don't know what that is. Which was created by a guy studying fungus algae growth to procedurally generate a city from it. Ooh, cool. Cool. My idea is to use a Markov chain. So eventually I'm hoping to use a Markov chain to generate my dungeons for me. And so I think that's, this is my first time ever doing procedural generation. I learned about Markov chains when I was in college, and I did a little bit with Markov chains to generate semantically correct programs. So it's like genetic programs where your Markov chains would sort of mate and produce new Markov chains, and then it would produce like programs. So we ended up writing a program. I ended up writing a genetic algorithm that had a scheme compilers mating with each other, and the scheme compiler essentially, the idea was like, can we write a thing that would scheme compilers mating together? Can we get tail call recursion to exist later? And so that was pretty cool. Draco says maybe fast-paced Infinite Worlds would be better. Sephiroth says Lindmeier system, forgive my spelling. No problem. Yeah, I hadn't heard of that. Thank you for sharing that with me. I would love to check it out. If you don't have to, but we do have a Discord. Caveman Crafting, you got by my, that's weird. You posted, I need to make Wikipedia. You're gonna, sorry, my rogue stream elements. I need a whitelist Wikipedia. Caveman Crafting posted this link. Caveman, I hope you're unbanned. It should unban you on its own, but let me get you. Just in case. So sorry about that, Caveman. My stream elements bot's got you. I was gonna say though, I would love for you to share it on my Discord if you'd like. You don't have to join the Discord if you don't want to, but if you share it on the Discord, it'll help me remember to get back to it. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Awesome stuff. Looking really, I really want to look into it. What do we got going on here? What do we have going on here? We have, I was writing unit tests. So I want to make sure there are 13 walls. Can I get a wall count? I think I want to get a wall count too, so I can check that the number of walls match as well, and there's not just like rogue walls floating around in the world. Each of my tiles has walls specifically. No, this is fine. So this is going to test that I have 13 tiles at the end of this generation. One thing I do want to test actually is that my last wall, any leftover connection points, I think they should just be turned into walls. Any leftover connection points should be turned into walls. So at the end of the day, we have this, but when we do generate, I want this last one to be a wall. Draco says, would you be happy if I would be thrilled if one of my viewers won. That'd be amazing. I have never won a game jam. I don't participate in game jams. So when I participate to learn and grow and do some cool stuff with it, I always get excited about a game I submit, and then I always end up ranking super low. People always end up being like, your game's too hard, it's too confusing. I'm not a good game designer. Can you explain to me what a dungeon crawler is? Yeah, here we go. Here, let me explain to you what a dungeon crawler is. Let's go to my itch.io page. I wrote one a while back, many moons ago, like 2 years ago. All right, so a dungeon crawler is a game. Often they're called gridders. People hated this game. They couldn't figure it out. I didn't have enough instructions. I made this game as part of TriJam. TriJam number 147. The TriJam is a 3-hour game jam. You got 3 hours to make a game. And so I thought this would be really cool. I'd been playing around with doing 3D grid-based stuff at the time. I was like, let me see if I can use that. This actually took me about 5 hours to make. So my final dev time was 5 hours. So not 3. I didn't make it in 3 hours. It took me 5 hours. This game jam specifically, so it's 3 hours of actual coding. So if the time where you do it like a design document and prep doesn't count towards those 3 hours. Does not count towards those 3 hours. But I made this game here. And so this game, let's see, can we go full screen? All right, so we made this game. A dungeon crawler. So I added instructions. No one reads the instructions, and that's why people hated it. It also works on mobile. I made this work on mobile. But you can turn 90 degrees All right. So the idea with a dungeon crawl is you can turn. It's a game where in which 90 degrees counts. You're on a two-dimensional grid. You're on a two-dimensional grid. You can move backwards, forward. You can strafe left, strafe right. You can sort of pick things up. You can look down at the ground. You can't always get in all of the things. But the idea is that you are in a 2D. It's typically dungeon-based, so dungeon-themed. But this was a little game jam I put together. People just got lost in my dungeon here. But this one is called Dungeon Rampage. And your whole goal is to come in. You have to destroy all of these barrels. So clicking on them, you lose stamina for smashing them. It takes a certain amount of smashing up to break. There's 5 chests to find in here too. So you break these. I'm out of energy, so if I go try to smash... Oh, I can open up a chest. It's locked. I need a key. I'm too tired. So this is where people got super confused, is they went, okay, well, how do I get my energy back? And you have to go back and rest here. This will restore your energy. And I have no money. Oh, I have 38 gold. I can actually come over here and buy better weapons. So I have 38 gold. So let me buy this short sword. This will actually let me smash smash barrels a little faster. Corfless, happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome aboard. So now we can smash chests. Now that it's fast to smash them, so we sort of go a little bit better. Corfless with the epic raid. Corfless, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. I very much appreciate it. Did I find a key yet? Can I open this? I think I have to smash open 5. But yeah, so this particular dungeon was not procedurally generated. I manually built it and then put the character inside. Put a camera inside, playing around with little stuff. So this took me 5 hours to make. So someone was asking, what is a dungeon crawler? This is essentially a dungeon crawler. Dungeon crawler typically also has combat involved in it. This one doesn't have combat. But yeah, so that's my short little explanation. I hope you found it helpful. If anyone wants to check it out, it's a terrible game. But you can check it out on my itch.io page. There's a link. Corfless, my friend, how are you? Welcome to the crew. How are you today? How was your stream? I caught a little bit of Corfless' stream. For anyone who doesn't know, Corfless is a streamer currently streaming video gaming. For this, Draco, good question. For this game jam, for the Dungeon Crawler game jam, you are required to have grid-based movement with 90 degree. That's one of the requirements. 90 degree turns, 4 cardinal directions, northeast, southwest, transitions between 90 degree angles. You can have a mouse look, but yeah, you have to be grid-based. That's the whole shtick of this type of one. But real quick, let me give a shout out to Corfless here. Corfless has been with me since the beginning. I think Corfless is like my first follower. My first follower ever on Twitch. But Corfless, if you're not following Corfless, give Corfless some love. If you want to watch Corfless play some games, he plays some fun games. It's a fun place, chill place to hang out. Absolutely love it. Corfless is the 11th, but yeah, it's essentially the first. The first 10, I don't know if the first 10 ever came back. But Corfless, thank you so much for being here. Draco raided with the single person raid, epic raid. Welcome aboard, Draco. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. So happy to have you here. But yeah, Corfless, tell us, how was your stream? Did you I think you're playing Ori and the Dark Forests? How's the game coming along? All right, so I'm gonna write this test here. And then you asked, does it have to be the movement? The movement has to be grid-based, yes. Sephiric, oh no, there's so much raids. There's so many raids. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna handle them all? Whoa. So much raidage. All right, but thank you for coming in. So happy to have you here. Oh, Ori and the Blind Forest. That's right. You just finished it. 9 out of 10. I've heard so many good things. I own it. I heard good things. Everyone's telling me to get it, so I got it, and I just haven't played it because I feel like I rarely have time for games. I keep closing my unit test window. Is it behind this? No, I keep closing it. Let's go get our unit test window back. General test runner. Run all our tests. Did it work? Will it pass? Will it pass?
Seems good.
Seems good. That's right, Draco. It does seem good. Thank you so much. Mr. Natural says, I've played it. It's great. I agree. It's fantastic. Oh, no. Sorry. I've heard it's fantastic. I've heard it's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. I was watching Corfless play it this morning. It looked good. It looked good. I like platformers. It's is it a Metroidvania style game, Corfless? Anyone who knows, it's Ori and the Black Forest. No, I have an infinite loop, I think. I do. Did I not add a timeout? There should be a timeout. Why does this timeout not work? I added there's an infinite loop, and the timeout for some reason isn't stopping it. Cancel. I have an infinite loop. I've got the infinite loop. Unity's gonna make me have to restart. I was really trying to prevent an infinite loop. And I know exactly where it is in my code. I was trying to prevent it with this timeout, but this did not work. Is this in seconds? Timeout. I thought it was milliseconds. I bet this needs to be a 5. Let's look it up. N-unit, timeout. Oh, we lost the music. Let's bring that music back. A finite loop, but forever. Yes. N-unit dock here. Timeout. No, it should be in milliseconds. Timeout attribute. You specify timeout value in milliseconds. I'm amazed. What the heck? What the heck then? What the heck, Unity? All right, let's kill Unity. Let's kill Unity. We gotta force kill Unity. We gotta force it to die. Unity, you have betrayed me. Proton Fig, yeah, it's Proton, the legendary Proton. This music's the legendary Proton. That's right, MMO Pug, we're bringing down the hammer. Bringing down the hammer on Unity. We killed it. It's done dead. All right, let's reopen this. So here's where my error, this is where it happened. I did generator.generate. And generator.generate actually has a while we can generate, and because we don't end up we don't generate walls yet. There's no chance to generate walls yet. It goes forever. So I think I want to do the following. I want to do int steps equals 1. That's going to be our default. It's going to be our default. And I'm going to do a while here. I'm going to say while steps is greater than 0 and this. And then at the end, when we come in here, we're going to reduce steps by 1. And then generate is not going to generate forever, but it's going to generate. You can specify it, but I'm going to say generate's going to do at most 10,000 generations, so that we don't end up with an infinite loop. And we'll make this steps equals 10,000. So you'll be able to specify it. But generate by default, we'll do 10,000 steps. That seems like more than enough. More than enough. So we won't end up with an infinite loop now. But there is still an issue. Our test, we shouldn't be generating this much. Anyway, let's get our test window back open. Come to me, test runner. Come to me. All right, let's see if I'm real sad if it still loops forever. I don't like that. Let's do 1,000. I'm gonna try 5. I'm just curious, why didn't that die? Hold on, waiting for Unity's DL to finish executing. Actually it's building, I think. I think I made some code changes. Oh no. You're missing an eye, my friend. Draco wants to know about Mooniz. Mooniz. is an incredible streamer, professional game developer, currently working on a Metroidvania game on his stream. You gotta go check him out. Check him out. It shouldn't be Sephirox asking, is it on its own thread? I don't quite understand it. Is what on its own thread? Is this specific? This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know why this is task manager. One sec. I'm so sad that you're failing me, Unity. Sorry, Unity, I gotta kill you again. Whoa, that's right. The generation function. No, it shouldn't be running on its own thread. No thread is getting started here, and it's not running on its own thread. I think Unity .NET, the newer version of .NET, the test. Oh no, this is NUnit. XUnit actually starts up all of the tests on their own threads, which is kind of cool. I don't know if NUnit. Nope, wrong button. I don't think NUnit does that though. Moody says, I'm trying to find everything I have left to do in my vertical slices. Seems good. That does seem good, Draco. It does seem good. It's all good. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Let us see here. I'm gonna comment out my generate here. I'm gonna comment this chunk out just to see what's going on here. Get this assembly to build. And put a test runner. Let's run these ones. Those ones pass. The simple generate should still just go. This one, now it runs. Okay, so yeah, there's something going on with that generate. Generate. Let's reduce this down to 100 steps. I think setting the default to 100 steps might be fine. Well, steps is greater than 0. Steps minus. Let me see code. Let me see code. So I'm going to value the steps. Unnecessary assignment to value steps. Int steps equals 1. What do you mean? What does it think my quick fix should be? That's fascinating. I think it's wrong on this. Saying unnecessary. Saying that it's not updating. Oh! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Mooniz, thank you for... Good eye, Mooniz. Mooniz, once again, teaching me everything I know. 50 points, my friend, just for you. Just for you for finding that for me. Yeah, so this... Generate step. All right, I'm going to switch this back to an if here. This one should just generate a single step. This one, I want to do this way. So steps greater than 0 and generate step. When it says buy Tesla with points, sorry, no Tesla, no Tesla. And we're gonna do a little tricky trick here. Steps minus. Steps minus allows us to evaluate this, then reduce it by 1. Evaluate this and then reduce it by 1. So I get rid of steps here. Get rid of steps here. Mooney says, explain why you're doing steps minus and not minus steps. Ooh, good question. Good question. A lot of people don't even know about minus steps. Let's go look here. Let's take a little looky look. Good question. All right, so if you want to learn, we're going to learn about the increment operators. This is a unit operator. All right, so do int 5. Oh no, int x equals 5. So check this out. If I do x++, console.writeline x. Console.writeline x, and I'm going to do x++, console.writeline x again. What output am I going to receive? Real quick, everybody, take a gander. What is the output? What is the output of this code? Someone, anybody, let us know. What is the output? I got 2 right lines, so I should get 2 lines of code. The first one should be obvious. The second one should be pretty close to obvious. We get 5 and 6. That's right. That's right, Draco. Draco, we get 5 and 6. Draco, for being the first 50 points. Well, let's run it, just make sure. .NET run. We should get 5 and 6. Draco, for being the first, there are 50 points. Corfless. Was Corfless the second? Corfless for coming in second. Coming in second, 35 points to you. Imagine if I got 3 and 4. My mind, I go, oh, that wouldn't, you know, if I got 3 and 4, my face might look a little something like this. If I got a 3 and a 4, my face might look a little something like that. All right, but we got a 5 and a 6. Okay. All right. What is my code gonna look like if I do this? Did you know that I could put an X and a plus in here and it'll evaluate? What code am I gonna get now? Tricky. Oh, let me add in, hang on. We're gonna do one more, right line X. We're gonna get 3 things, sorry. New question. I'm sorry for everyone who jumped the gun. What am I gonna get now? What do people think I'm gonna get now? Moonus says 5, 6. Draco says 6, 6, 5. Moon says 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7 MMO Pugs. Sephiroth 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's check it out. .NET. Ooh, Draco with the number 677. .NET run. Let's check out what's going on here. We get 5, 6, 7. A little bit interesting here. So the plus operator, this is our increment operator. This is what's called our post increment operator. It first evaluates X, then it updates X. So this is our post increment operator. So it evaluates X and then increments it. All right. So it actually does update X. All right. So who got that one in there first? It looks like Draco Fatty. Thank you so much since you're the first one to take a guess. There, Draco. 25 points to you. You didn't quite get it right on your first shot, but that's okay. Mooniz got it right on the first try. So 50 points to Mooniz. MMO Pug was the second shot in there. MMO Pug. And 35 points to you. Sephiroth, you were so close. So points to you, my friends. Thank you for participating. All right. Did you know that we can also do plus X? Oh, my goodness. Why would anyone write this monstrosity? What is the code going to print out now? What are we going to write to our console? This is called, so the other one, you might be able to infer that the previous one is called our increment, post increment. This one is called our pre-increment. It comes before. Not only is it pre-increment because it comes before, but Draco says 677. When it says you save CPU cycles by doing this if you know what you're doing. I don't know that that's actually true anymore. I'm pretty sure it gets optimized out. In this case it would if you put it in line like this. Yeah, but don't write code like this. You don't need to save a CPU cycle. In C, if you put in, so let's run it real quick. Clear .NET run. You are right that if you're writing in C, you'll save time. It's able to figure it out. But if you have optimizations turned up, C will, for the most part, this buys you little, it just gives you confusion. Yes, so 677, that's right, because it's incrementing before and then evaluating. Draco, my friend. 50 points for you for being first. MMO Pug. 35 points for you for being second. And Mooniz for the commentary. Here, let us know that there is some little tricks there. Mooniz says, I usually use ++i in loops since that optimizes a tiny bit in C++ back in game dev school. It does. So it turns out there is, the compiler can do some optimizations with this when you're going down to assembly. Yeah. So why am I not doing minus steps here? Why am I not doing minus steps? Draco says, please explain the ternary operator. I will. Once here, Mooniz asks, why am I doing minus here? If I did minus first, if I had steps at 1, I actually wouldn't do any generation steps. So I'm doing, well, it's greater than 0. So in fact, I want the minus to come after. I want to evaluate first and then do the minus. That's why I'm doing it, Mooniz. Thank you for pointing out. Thank you for giving me a reason to discuss this. Now, Draco asks, and we've been going for 90 minutes, so I do think I need to stop here in a little bit. At the very least, I need to take a coffee break. I am out of coffee. I haven't been drinking enough water. But Draco asks, can you explain the ternary operator? Yes, I can. Yes, I can, my friend. Let's take a look at the ternary operator. Ternary operator. So Draco's asking. Sephiroth says, I love how flexible languages are. I love C#. So there's some level of like, oh, I love that, and I hate it, because now it's like, I gotta learn all the little nitty-gritty details. Mooniz says, I knew it already, just wanted you to go through it for the others. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Mooniz, thank you for making me go through it for the others. I appreciate that. All right, so we have an operator. You may have seen this before. So we'll do int y equals x less than 5 question mark 0 1. Huh? This what? Why? What? Ah, what's this doing? We have this magic. This is called the ternary operator. The ternary operator has the following recipe. It says bool. So this is condition. So it's a bool condition. Question mark val 0. Oh, so we're gonna call this our true val. And we're gonna call this our false val. Okay. So we put, I'm gonna put these in curly braces so you can actually denote which part are things you fill in and which parts are part of the syntax of the language. So it works an awful lot like an if, except you're required to have both a true and a false value. And Mooniz, is this short circuit? I'm not 100% sure if it's short circuits. We can find out. But it's saying this will evaluate, if this is true, evaluate the thing on the left, and if this is false, evaluate the thing on the right. So it's sort of like a shorthand in there to do it. For doing a little if statement, it's inline. This is an expression, not a statement. So like an if statement, you couldn't put an if statement here. Let's test it out. Let's find out if it short circuits. So I'm gonna write a function. I'm gonna write an int 1. This is gonna be the dumbest method. Int 1. It's gonna do console.writeLine. Hi, I'm 1. And it's gonna return 1. And we're gonna have another one, int 0. And this is gonna do console.writeLine. Hi, I'm 0. Like this, and it'll return 0. Rave says, please make work stop. Good morning, Rave. Good morning, Rave. I can't make your work stop. Work is like I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. All right, so we have these two things. So this is an expression. We need an int value on the left. We've said that this needs to be an int. So if we do an int value, it turns out 0 evaluates to an int, and 1 evaluates to an int. So I can put that in here. So the question that we need to ask, all right, so let me get rid of this up here. The question we need to ask is, what will this program print? What will this program print? Rev says, we can evaluate on function returns. Mooney says, I don't know what short circuit means. So is this gonna print, hi, I'm 0, hi, I'm 1, and then 5? What is it gonna print? I don't know. I actually don't know. So we're trying to figure out whether or not it is going to short circuit. So Smash My Potato says, I'm 0. Sunprey says, dungeon generator. Smash my potatoes. Welcome aboard, my friend. We're gonna mash them up. They're gonna be so delicious. We're trying to figure out what will it an sun praiser. Praise the sun, my friend. Praise the sun. What is it going to print? So we have a couple different options. All right, so I'm going to lay out the different things that I think it might print out. Smashed potatoes, thank you for the follow. I love that you are following me. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome aboard, Smashed Potatoes. Welcome aboard. So the question is, does this short circuit, is it going to actually run both of these functions? Is it going to run both of these functions or just one? All right, so let's check it out. And it turns out in Java, I know what it does in Java, I don't know what it does in C#. Let's run it. .NET run. All right. It says, hi, I'm 1, 1. Hi, I'm 1. So it's x less than 5, it's not. Hi, I'm 1 at 1. So 0 didn't get evaluated. So then if we say if x is greater than 5, in this case, it should hopefully say, hi, I'm 0, and then 0. Hi, I'm... Ooh, what happened? Oh, you're right, Muniz. You're right. Greater than or equal to 5. You are correct, Muniz. I don't have an equal 5 there. I boozled myself. Hi, I'm 0, 0. So you're safe for the short circuit. We know that only one of these is actually going to evaluate it. It doesn't evaluate it unless it's true. Unless we get to this point in the code. So you can do some like lazy evaluation stuff here. Cheap Graham says, would you use cases for situations like this? If you need to do something more complex than this, you probably don't want to be using the ternary operator. Ternary operator is usually for short things like this, where you say, oh, well, is it greater than or equal to 5? Is it equal to 5? So that's sort of what I was looking for, is does it short circuit? Draco, I think you were asking to explain the ternary operator. Did this answer your question? Draco, did this answer your question? Are you now an expert on the ternary operator? No, I'm just kidding. There's no way you can be an expert on the ternary operator just after this. In fact, I'm not an expert on the ternary operator because I didn't know if it's certain. Oops, don't put the question mark out. Draco now says, please explain pointers. I gotta take a break. It's a little harder to explain pointers, but I'll do my best. I gotta take a break. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna go for maybe another 30 minutes to an hour. 30 minutes from now, we did talk about it a little bit, but I will do my best to explain it. Everyone hang tight real quick. I got to brew myself. I got to brew some tea for myself. I don't have to brew the tea. I got to brew some water. I'll be back. So hang tight, everybody. 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes. Sorry. I won't be gone 30 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be back soon. So hang tight. Seems good. That's right. Hang tight, everybody. The captain shall return. Where's my button? Where's my coffee button? There's my coffee button. Hang tight. I shall be back. If you have more questions, if you'd like to, you can join the Discord. No pressure to join the Discord, but if you'd like to join the Discord, that's a good place to ask questions. I'll do my best to answer them in future streams on the Discord, that sort of stuff. But hang tight. I shall be back. All right, everybody. Never fear, the captain hath returned, my friends. Welcome back, me. Welcome back, me. No, I was gonna say welcome back, Daniel. How are you today? Daniel, my friend, happy Tuesday. A lot of chat going on, but yeah, Draco, you know it, baby. You know it. We just got back. We've been going a while. You know what that means? It's time for everyone to get on up. Get on up. Get on up. We're gonna do some stretching. We're gonna get that blood flowing a little bit. If you're like me, you've been hunched over your computer far too long, not moving around. So we gotta get up. We gotta do a little bit of stretching. So sorry, I missed out on some of the chat there. While I was taking my break, so I'll see if I can get back to it, but feel free to ask a question. Feel free to ask your questions real quick, but we're gonna do some stretching. Everyone up. That's right, MMO Puck. We're gonna get some stretchy stretches in. All right, everybody up. The first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna get up on our tiptoes. We're gonna stretch up real high, get that blood flowing. Hands up, go up on your toes, stretch it out as much as you can. Engage that core to hold that balance, but stretch up, reach for the sky. Hold that 20 seconds there. Oh, Grace says, what if I don't stretch? Well, then I'll be very disappointed. If you don't stretch. Daniel says, I'm doing okay. Didn't have school today, so just hung out with some friends in Discord, then ate lunch, then took a nap, and now here putting my Final Fantasy IX on PSP. Ooh, Final Fantasy IX. Unpopular opinion, but Final Fantasy IX is my favorite Final Fantasy IX. All right, everybody, take a deep breath. As you exhale, you're gonna roll down. You're gonna hinge at your waist. Hinge at the waist. See if you can reach down. Just keep those legs straight, but do not lock the knees. If you lock the knees, you might cut off that blood flow to your head, and you don't want that to happen. You don't want to faint, but bend down. Hinge, not bend. Hinge at the waist. Legs mostly straight, maybe a little bit. Oh, I'm getting so close to touching my toes, folks. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna hang here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly roll up. Bring those shoulders up, back and down. Draco says, I can stretch while sitting. It's true, you can stretch while sitting, but you get so much more if you get your body up. If you can stand, not everyone can stand, but if you can stand up, it's so good for you to get up and stretch a little bit. All right, we're actually gonna, arms up like this. We're gonna rotate back and forth slowly. Don't go fast. Not too fast. Nice and gentle. If you go fast, you can end up actually hurting yourself. If it hurts, you're doing it too hard. You want to get a little bit of tension. So back and forth here. Nice stretching. Oh, doesn't it feel good to get that blood flow and get your body up and moving, up and running? Oh, I love it. Fabulous. All right, go ahead and extend those hands up. And as you go out, extend out to the side as you rotate side to side. Extend out. Oh. Superman can stretch while flying. That's true, Chief Gramps. I bet Superman doesn't miss out on his stretch. He doesn't want to pull something when he's out there saving, truth, justice in the worldwide way. All right, now we're gonna do some crosses. So you're gonna come across from this spot here. You're gonna go across and down to the side. Reach down, stretch that way, bring it up, and then come across down this way. So do a nice little cross here. We're gonna keep doing this up, down, up, down. Yeah, you deserve to treat your body well. You're a lovely person. You gotta treat your body. We're gonna do 2 more of these. Up, down, 1 more, up, and down. All right, everybody, shake it. I've got that blood flowing. Doesn't it feel good to get that blood flowing? Doesn't it feel good? Daniel says, I actually know a couple people that have Final Fantasy IX as their favorite. It's I think maybe it's just a nostalgia factor for me, but I absolutely loved that game when I was growing up. Oh, all right, everybody. Oh, I had that chat over there so I could see it a little bit better while I was stretching, while I was backed up. My vision ain't the best. Once my vision was as good as it was, but it's not as good as it once was. All right, but welcome back. We're gonna get back into coding. Draco had asked. Sorry if I missed some of the chat there. I apologize if I missed something. If I missed something, please say it again. I'm happy to ask. But yes, Draco had asked, can you explain pointers? This one's a little trickier. It's a little harder to do in C# as well, because we don't have explicit pointers, but we have values and reference types. So let's talk about values and reference types real quick. What are the difference? So an integer is a value type. All right, so let's write a function here. Void increment x, or increment val. We're gonna do int x like this, and to increment, then we're gonna do to increment plus plus. All right, increment val x, console.writeLine x. What is this code gonna print? What will this code print? Question. What will this code print? All right, sorry. I asked what it will print, and then I update it. We're gonna print out three things here. Here's the code. We have an x, we increment x, write x. Call increment x, write x, increment x, and then write x. What do we think it's gonna print? Draco says 555. That's right. 555. .NET run. If we run this, we end up with 555. That's right. Add points. Draco. 50 points, my friend. Good answer. This is because x is a value type. It doesn't actually get incremented. What's happening is we get a copy of it passed into. We get the value passed in, and inside of this method, we actually increment the value that's on the stack. So it's this idea in memory of stuff that is on the stack. All right. A pointer. All right. So we can kind of do pointers. We can do references. So a reference is essentially a pointer. We can say, well, instead I want a reference to an int. And this makes that us have a pointer to this int. So what is this code going to print now? What do we think? So we're saying don't accept an int, accept a reference to that int. Exactly, Draco. It's going to print 678. And this is because we're modifying the value in memory. So that is the basics of pointers. That is how pointers work. Is we have a reference to this thing, and we have the ITC Studios. Welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to have you here. Do I have I need to set up an ITC Studios. I don't think I have that. Everybody, ITC Studios is also a streamer. ITC Studios is an amazing artist, game developer. Real quick, attention chat. Please direct your attention to the chat. You gotta give ITC Studios some love. Rosie, is there a way I can shout out myself? You won't be able to give yourself the little heart shout out here, shouting out yourself, but I'll give you a shout out. This has to remind me in like 60 seconds, Royal C-Dub Gaming. I'll give you a shout out. Because Royal C-Dub Gaming is gonna be streaming later today, I believe. 3D rendering in Blender. I haven't seen Royal C-Dub's 3D rendering skills, but I'm excited to check it out if I get a chance. But be sure to follow ITC Studios. Look, not that hard. Click on Royal C-Dub Gaming. Hit that heart. Real quick, everybody. Click on Royal C-Dub Gaming. Click on him. Click that heart. Boom. Give him some love. What is it? At least give him a chance. Gotta go check him out. Oh, and I'm sorry I'm saying him. I don't know. I don't mean to assume your gender. I apologize if that's incorrect. Draco, stop. Don't unfollow. Only follow. Why can't I move this? I can't move this window now. There it goes. I wasn't able to move the window there. All right, everybody. So Draco, I hope that answered your questions about pointers. But this is like the super simple version, is that a pointer is a reference to the data rather than a reference to the value. So in C#, there's reference values and there's reference types and there's value types. And in so that's how you do it. ITC says, how's Dungeon Gym going? Draco, I'm glad you learned something new today. We learned about the reference in C and C++. This is essentially like, you may have seen putting an ampersand in front of something. That's almost identical to what it's doing. They're almost synonymous. It's a little bit different in C#, but that's essentially what it is. When you put an and in front of something, it says, oh, I want a reference. I want this memory address, and I want the actual thing. I want the memory address to this thing. I want the reference to this thing. It's almost the same. That's what the and pointer and would be like to deref and star reference and passing by ref then value. That's exactly that's right. ITC Studios in C# you can take a value type, and you can say, well, I want it to actually be a reference to this thing rather than the thing itself. Draco, 59th place. ITC says, I remember learning about that in computer science. Me too. That's where I learned it. And it's all about, I'm here to spread that knowledge. Spread it out. Spread that knowledge. Here to see. I'm trying to make this. All right, so ITC says, how's my dungeon generator going? It's going pretty well. We're so close. I had an infinite loop in my test. I'm gonna sneeze. Hang on. All right, I'm better. So my generator, we're so close to having an actual thing generate. I had an infinite loop in this generate that we've fixed. That was causing Unity to die on us. So now that hopefully, I don't know that it's actually fixed. We're gonna see if it's fixed. We're gonna try running this test again. Hate when Unity dies. Well, it timed out, so it actually wasn't Unity's fault. It's that I had an infinite loop. For some reason, this timeout wasn't working. Okay, so it doesn't fail now. Oh, sorry, it doesn't loop forever, but I end up with this false. Let's figure out where this false is happening. Open error line. Right here. That's interesting that it stopped working there. Why is it returning false? So I've broken something. Did I break the simple test? Simple test still passes. We were making it past this point before. All right, so this is interesting. Generate step. Generate step. Oh, we got to return true here. Okay, so we wrote a little thing there. I do hate it when Unity dies. And you gotta resuscitate Unity. You know, when Unity's dying, you're like, no, don't die on me. You gotta give it the old CPR. Good question. ITC says, what does out mean in the out connection point? And we have a serious problem here. Expected 13, but was 313. Something's gone horribly wrong on that test. We're gonna take a look. So this is called an out param. You can do this in C#. Let's go look at the implementation here. It means that this value is gonna be set by this method. It's saying, hey, just so you know, this value, this variable, we're gonna set that value when we run this method. And it's prefixed with try, so you'll find a lot of methods that say try have an out value in them. And so this method, let's write a comment for this method. Attempts to remove a random connection point. And attempts to remove a random connection point. If successful, returns true and param ref name equals removed is set to the removed connection point. otherwise returns false and the value of param ref name removed is undefined. We're going to say if it returns false, you just shouldn't use it. It's our undefined parameter, like that. So if now we get this thing here, it says attempts to remove a random connection point. If successful, returns true, and removed, that's the out parameter, is set to removed connection point. Otherwise, ooh, and if we want to be super, super cool, we'd do what? cref equals connection points. Is that right? Is this how we do it? cref connection points. Oh, I broke it. Oh, it's cref. And then we end up with a link in here that we can actually click on if we need to do that. So I'm going to do cref on these connection points like that. So attempts to remove a random connection point. And so this allows us, the reason this is really, really nice, you don't go crazy with them. So there's this thing here. So IT says, oh, I should use those more. Yeah, don't go crazy with them because they're a little bit tricky to understand. And so you want to use them with care. You want to use them. Royal C-Dub says 60 seconds. What is 6? Sorry, Royal C-Dub, I missed that. What's going on in 60? Are you starting your stream in 60? Oh, you're reminding me to give you a shout out. Thank you. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. Royal C-Dub Gaming, one of our very own members of the crew, would like a little heart, a little love. Royal C-Dub Gaming has been here so long. He's been one of my observers. He's been watching the stream back when I had like no one watching. It was just Royal C-Dub Gaming and me all by our lonesome coding together. Give him some love. He will be doing some streaming later today, I believe. Variety streamer, but he's gonna be doing some Blender stuff. ITC says I should see the cref and param ref thingy with care. No. Sorry. The out with care. These you should absolutely be using in your documentation. These you should, because if you use a document generator, sorry, I meant the out you got to be careful with. These, there are tools that'll generate like a website where you have your documentation, and this will actually add links into your website. You should absolutely be using these everywhere. So check it out. Here's why this is beautiful. If I were to refactor connection point to other name, watch this. Boom, it knows to rename it. Undo. Save all. Yeah, so it knows to undo it. Did I just break everything? Oh my goodness. Please tell me I didn't break all the things. Okay, we still compile. Draco says, just use chat GPT for your summaries. I've done that. It works really, really well. I'm curious what it would write for this. I'm quite curious what it would write for my documentation in this, for this one. It's a great place to start. Okay. Try remove connection point. Yes. Derailed. You gonna redeem a story time? If you're gonna redeem a story time, you gotta do it, Draco. Don't threaten me with your story time redemption unless you're gonna do it. Commands. All right, let's see here. My test. Okay, so there's something going on wrong with my test. Okay, so I fixed that. That's what's gonna generate expected 13, but was 313. Expected 13 was 313. So I got a little bit of something wrong with my test. I don't want to do a generate here. Instead, I want to do my room builder.build. All right, that's where my infinite loop is going. So my room builder.build. At this point, I'm gonna say, okay, well, I'm just gonna build my room at this point. And there's gonna be an issue. I haven't implemented it. When I build, I want to take all of my connection points and finish them off. Finish them. All right, so room builder.build. Let's run this test. We're getting some. You taste that? We're so close. The taste of success is nigh. All right, something terrible has happened. Expected and actual are both. That's a horrible. That error is terrible. That's not telling me. Values differ at index 2. Expected and actual are both the wrong thing here. Daniel says, I really want to try Destiny 2 because my friend always plays it, but damn, it's 100 gigs, and I only have 100 gigs on both. It's a big game. A lot of games are big these days. Munez, I'm not tasting anything. Nothing. Just tastes like air to me. Just tastes like air to me. That's right. So I think if we were to look at this is because I've put my test sort of in a loop. So one of the downsides of doing a loop like this is that the error message is not, so can I put an error message here? Message. I can put a message here. Okay, cool. So I can write my own custom fail message. That's what I want. Okay, so I can write my own custom fail message. And in this case, I want to, walls did not match at specifically position P, expected, and then I want to turn my walls. This is a hash set, so I'm gonna have to do like a join thing here. Expected is string.join. I'm gonna put this on a new line here. String.join comma, can I put a quote here? I don't think I can put a quote here. And walls. Oh, I can. Cool. Expected walls. But we got so many special guests today, everybody. So many people I want to show. But was string.join Devro. My friend, you're my hero, Devro. Devro's a hero today. He's part. That's right. Walls. What do we got here? Walls, and this one was built room.tile at p dot walls. Okay. So hopefully this will give us a little bit better one. All right. Rave, I have my coffee in hand. Good job. All right, so everybody, and Deborah asks, how's it going, Captain? It's going beautifully well. We're inching forward. A little bit of progress here and there. We're making progress. I just wasn't expecting that. That one's new. It's on a little timer cooldown. That one's new though. Rave though, anyone doesn't know Rave. If you want to learn everyone real quick, Rave is currently making a space trekking game called Unforgiven Space. Rave is also a streamer. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. Can he do it? Almost certainly. Star Citizen's never coming out. Star Citizen will probably come out in about 2043, something about that. But you gotta give Rave some love. And we also got Devro. Devro's another streamer. Devro's an incredibly talented game developer, 3D artist. Devro, you're working in Unreal Engine, is that right? Rave is doing stuff in Unity. I believe Devro's doing stuff in Unreal Engine. Devro and Rave both are 3D artists. Amazing 3D artists. You gotta check them out. Drake says, how do you get a message like that for your own channel? Send me a message on Discord. I'll check you out. I'm trying to promote game developers and other artists, but essentially I promote people who I love. The people I love. So Draco, I think I love you. I love all the crew members, but one of these times I'll follow you. Let me follow you now. Draco, I'm following you. I'm gonna check your stream out. I'll see how it feels. See if it feels right. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, Draco. I'd be happy to give you some shout outs. If you're a streamer, let me know on the Discord. And I'll be happy to get some shout outs going for you as well. All right, so I think what it was found is basically saying that this should have been north, south, east, but in fact wasn't. So let's run this test again, see if we get a better error message here. Run. There we go. Walls did not match at position 10-1, expected north, south, east, but was north, south. Excellent. That's exactly what I thought we were going to do. All right, so what's happening is when we build, we have sort of this leftover connection here. And so when we build, we need to turn all of our leftover connection points into walls. So all of our leftover connection points need to be turned into walls. So we're going to loop through all of our tiles, all of our positions, do that. And then we're also going to loop through for each, before we do this, we actually need to solidify our walls. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, for each, for each connection point, P in unconnected points. So all of our leftover connection points, we need to turn into walls. Okay. I'm gonna put a tutor here. I'm not sure this is the best thing, but we're gonna turn these into walls. So for every connection point, add wall at position P dot facing direction. So this should take all of our leftover connection points, turn them into a wall P dot position. I'm gonna call this connection point. So we're gonna loop through, take all of our leftover connection points, turn them into walls. And then we're gonna build this out. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a dealio. What's to do with the dealio? Let's give it a shot here. Click. Still fits. Still fits. Expected. Oh, this broke something else. This seems to have broke something. Expected north-south, but was north-south-east. Oh, that's interesting. So this exposed a bug to me immediately that I've entered. New Pixel Perfect. Thank you for joining the crew. I'm so happy you're here in Captain Coder's Academy. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? New Pixel Perfect. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here today. We are, well, just so you know who I am, I'm Captain Coder. If you're new here, I'm a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I teach programming. The school I work for ages 10 to 14, so I teach to young people, young folks, inspiring them, encouraging them to be empowered through the power of code. But I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have, programming related or otherwise, so do not hesitate to ask questions. I can't promise I'll always have an answer. I can't promise I will always be able to respond, but I'll do my best. I love when people ask me questions, so feel free to ask me a question. Try and boozle me. If you also want to try and backseat code, feel free. It's highly encouraged here. We're all learning together, including myself. I'm always trying to learn and grow, and I don't have all the answers, and having people make recommendations is one of the ways I learn and grow. I love doing this on stream because people often give me better ideas than I had previously, and I love that. I love that. So welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. What's interesting is there's some leftover connection points that I'm really surprised by. Our room builder should only have one leftover connection point here. So I'm like really, we did assert that we only had one connection point left, and I'm just surprised. I'm surprised by this. That right here, saying that walls did not match at position 4. One expected north-south, but got north, south, and east. North, south, and east. So it's saying that when we went to the right here, so 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it ended up putting a wall here. So this is where our connector would have been in the previous iteration. So right here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So this is where our wall would be placed if that was left over. So there's something interesting going on here in my mind. So I've exposed a bug in my code through this test. This is why tests are nice, because it's not quite working the way I expect it to. Add wall connection point in my unconnected point. Let me go look at my unconnected. Pratik, let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Pratik Velani, I believe is that how I would pronounce that, but I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. I hate to pronounce people's names wrong. It's so, it can be very, very unsettling and upsetting to someone if you pronounce it wrong, so I try to get it right. Can't promise I'll always get it right, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, please correct me. Please correct me. But happy Tuesday, my friend. Good morning from me to you. Maybe a good afternoon, good evening, a good night, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy that you are here with us today. I'm really quite confused. That's why it's fun. So we're gonna use Pratik says that is correct. I'm so glad I got it right. MMOPEX, does your unconnected points contain the connected points when change them all to walls? It shouldn't. So in my mind, it shouldn't. Because let's go look at the references here. Unconnected points. Well, it says there's only one, right? Oh, that's the wrong spot. Unconnected points, we have 9 references. So there's a lot of complexity with this unconnected points. Look how many places we have references to it. That's a little scary. It makes it complex. So has connection is just a quick reference to it. Unconnected filtered. Unconnected points add. So when we add things to it here. We add things to it here. And then we remove them here. So when we do a try remove connection point, we should be reducing the size. This is why this is so interesting to me, is that the size is, so my guess is when we're actually adding in, I don't think we are correctly translating the position of our merged connection point. My thought is this is not updating properly. Draco says, how do you get a window of Twitch chat? Oh, so like I have a Twitch chat window just separated like this, I think is what you're asking. Let me see if I can figure that out. I don't remember exactly. I don't know if you can do it on Twitch. We're gonna go in. We're gonna have some inception here. The Captain Coder. Are you ready for Captain Inception? So I got my chat here. Is there a way to pop it up? Yeah. So you click the little gear here. Click that gear. You click pop out chat. And there you go. There you go. So let's listen to the captain. He's going to explain it to us. Oh, I guess I was too fast. All right. But that's how you do it. I hope that helped, Draco. Clayman says back on the PC. It's going. Clayman, it's going well. We're closer than ever. We're closer than we've ever been before at finishing this generator. That said, every time you write a little bit of code, you're a little bit closer. So I don't know if that's saying much, but we're closer than we've ever been. So hope that helped, Draco. Yeah, we're closer than we've ever been. I used to say that, I used to be like the lead engineer at a company, and you'd often get asked by the manager, like, how are things coming along? How close are we? It's like, we're closer than we've ever been. It's like, that's not a lie. It's not a lie. Daniel says, my upstairs neighbors are having renovations. Is it loud? That sounds loud. But yeah, that's a good thing you can say to, if your manager says, how far along are you? It's like, I'm closer than I've ever been. Just tell them you're closer than you've ever been, because you're not lying. And it makes it sound good. All right, so our merge points here. I was thinking that this connection point was off, but I think we're translating this properly. Let's expose this error. All right, so we're gonna expose this error. So I'm checking that my connected point has 1 in it. And so I know that there's 1 in it, so I can pull out that 1. And assert that these are equal. We're gonna assert that it's equal, and the connection point should be here on this one. So I should make a new connection point, and this one should be at y is 1. So x is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, a new position, 4, 1, and then direction facing east. So I should assert that I have this connection point in my room builder dot unconnected points at index 0. I know there's 1 in there, so that's all I really got to do. I'm gonna pull this out to expected. Run a variable called it var expected. Oh, is it? It's probably not gonna let me do that. Var expected point equals this expected point. All right. So it should be this expected point here. Clayman says, a couple of years ago, I would wake up every day to my neighbors renovating their bathroom. It's painful. It's painful to listen to that loud. I often wear earplugs. I found some really, really nice earplugs. Daniel, welcome to lurk mode, my friend. Captain Coder appreciates you lurking here. We know that there are many lurking options on Twitch. We appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Have a beautiful lurk, my friend. All right, so now we should still have one, but the expected point, I don't need to declare it again. The expected point should no longer be 4. It should be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, and to the east. So our connection point should transition as we move through. And then we should have one more expected point here. And this one should be at 10. So I suspect that we're gonna fail here. So we're not actually updating. Whoa! All right, everybody. I didn't notice here, Fring. Fring, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Fring, welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. If you don't know who I am Captain Coder. I am the captain of this ship, you might say. I'm a computer science educator. I'm a computer programming teacher. I mostly work with kids aged 10 to 14. My school is for kids aged to 10, 14. I do individual tutoring outside of that. But I love taking questions. Bring your questions. If you have questions for me, programming related, computer science related, or in general, maybe you want to know something about the captain. Maybe you want to ask the captain a question like, what's your favorite pie? Maybe I'd be happy to tell you. Maybe I'd be happy. I don't always promise to be able to answer your question, but I'll do my best. Also, backseat coding is welcomed and encouraged, so do not hesitate to ask me what I'm doing. Maybe say, what is your favorite decimal of pi? My favorite decimal, it's the decimal point, my friend. My favorite decimal is the point, the one that comes right after 3. 3 points. Estimating pi, a reasonable estimation of pi is 3. You might do int pi equals 3. Perfect. Draco says, what are the first 100 decimals of pi? 3.1415, etc. MMPug says, please bring some back to share with the class. Oh yeah, I miss ITC Studios. Have a wonderful lurk. I'm about to have to hop off here because I got to eat breakfast before work. I have work in an hour. I have work in 55 minutes, so I do have to hop off. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Really hoping I can fix this bug before I hop off. We've been going almost for 4 hours. Draco, I was about to say, yikes. Draco says, bring some gum, too. Gum it up. All right, so here, we didn't. Wow, this is blowing my mind. We actually, these are passing. I'm gonna have to use the debug. This is blowing my mind. Seems bad, Draco. We need to get a seems bad emote. Need to get a Captain Coder with a thumbs down and a frown. So what's fascinating to me here is that these assertions work. So I am correctly translating that point, but when I do the build, at the end of the day, when I do the build, for some reason, my connection points are having an issue. So I'm gonna add in, all right, everybody, we're gonna add in a breakpoint. We gotta go deeper. We gotta get into the machine here. We're gonna attach our Unity debugger. We're gonna go into the machine here. We gotta see what connection points are we actually adding here? Is there really only one? It looks like that may not be the case. All right, we're attaching our debugger. Enable the debugger. Enabling. ITC says, can't make the promise to bring back food. MMO Pug. Yes, yeah, I think the emotes you just put there are pronounced, All right, here, let's give it a shot. We're gonna run this. It should trigger us to go to this breakpoint. Connection points. This is crazy. Oh, so we have a connection. Hang on, not quite. Connection point. I want to look at, for a second I thought we had just one in there. Position 10-1. And then we come in here. What about map unconnected points? Look at unconnected points. See, so MMO Pug has it, you know, the two emotes that go, huh? Clayman's goes, huh? You know, if it's just by itself, you know, you need to have that little adder on there to make, huh? Here we go. Unconnected points has one in it. What about unconnected? There's only one thing in here. This is wild to me. Are we adding a, you know what? You know what's happening, I think? My test is sad. I need a huh emote as well. Ooh, I'd love to see the cloud huh. I'd love to see your version of a huh. Okay. So here is how we evaluate this test. Something's happening here. So the bug isn't that I'm not connecting, it's that I'm adding walls where I shouldn't be adding walls. I'm adding walls where I should not be adding walls. And so I bet if I went down here, well, no. I'm so confused. Let's get rid of this real quick. That's sad. Oh, that one, the cloud look. Oh, it's the, you gotta add the front. Oh, gotta add that in there. That one looks real sad. Oh, I like it. I feel like I sound like a weird honking animal. This is confusing me. This code is boozling. The boozlement is great with this one. All right, let's run this here. Yeah, so something here. You know what? Add a wall. Add a wall. Let's go back. Alt back arrow. Is that how I get back? Map generator. This is fascinating. My brain can't handle it. Go back. Map builder. When I build, the wall's doing something weird. Trigger says, if you read this, you wasted your time. Well, you got me. You got me, Draco. Draco boozled me. Woosa! Hello, my friend. Hello, everybody. Woosa, welcome back to the crew. Unfortunately, folks, we are out of time today. I'm going to have to come back and fix this. Did we manage to get any of the tasks done today? I didn't cross anything. Right unit test for map generator. Oh, I did do this one. We did manage to get this one done. We did not get this one, but we did write a unit test. And they're exposing our bugs. They are exposing our bugs. And we're working our way, we're slowly crawling our way through, drudging our way through it here. So for being here to witness the finishing of this, 50 points, everyone. We finished that. We did not finish our simple map generation. We did not get to implement a map, but we made it. We're making a lot of progress here. It's been good. I do have to hop off because I got work in 45 minutes. I got to eat some food before work. That said, it's been so much fun, folks. It's been so much fun. We're going to find someone to raid. Let me see. Who do we got? Who do we currently have here? Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. I've had a blast. I've had a absolute blast. We're going to go raid Terranam. Maybe not. Maybe not. Who do we want? Terranam's got 31 people watching. Terranam's got an awesome stream though. Got an awesome. Maybe Terranam, Jackie Codes. Let's look. Who else do we got? I usually like to try and raid someone who doesn't have a ton of folks. Not that Terranam 31's not a ton of folks, but there's some folks. Terranam is doing Unity stuff. I kind of want to keep it in game dev, keep it in Unity. No, thank you guys. You know, you're saying thank you for the stream. No, thank you. Thank you for being here. I've been having a blast. If you weren't here, I'd just be over here talking to myself. Fun fact, so someone Clayman asked me, how do you keep that energy up all through your stream? And the real answer is even when no one's here, I'm sitting here talking to myself, rubber ducking the wall. Let us see here. Unity Game Dev Social. Who do we got? Someone maybe new. Indie. I'm kind of in a hurry. I wish I had someone else to raid that had a few other, but we're gonna go raid Terranam because Terranam has an awesome stream, by the way. So we're gonna raid Terranam. He's doing an awesome game. Terranam. All right. Drake says, you are lucky that you ain't talking to a wall no more. Exactly. I had a beautiful time, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep building yourself. Be the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day.